go on. And you really brought out something else about the Bureau of Statistics. Yes, there are our partners. Have a woman in the family who is wrestling to fend for the family and she has no child care, like we saw in the field when we were collecting data. A woman is running with the goats, she's running with the cows, she's running to chase the birds from eating the grains, and the child is here crying for hours without any attention. So if I may ask, what kind of values are there? So you might find that there are women who are furious because of the burden of jobs and chores that they have at home. So a clergy would be an alternative. If there are families who are comfortable having their own children at home and they don't need a clergy, nobody is going to force them to take their children to the clergy. But we are looking at this research as providing a viable option for the women who need it, and many women in the village actually need it. Even here in Nairobi, even in towns, when we did this research, that came out very clearly. You did ask, what about who is this? Who is going to take care of the children? From the pilot project that we have, there is going to be trained child care workers. Some of them are already in the school doing the ECD programs, but every single person who is going to be involved with the children will be trained. There is even going to be somebody who is dealing with the development of a child. So it's going to be a very well-modeled program, and we are even getting case studies from around the world. Yale University is involved, cases where really centers like this have succeeded. So it's not like we are going to throw a child into anywhere like that with somebody who has no knowledge, who has no idea what's going to, in terms of course, currently the project is going to be anchored in the Tharaka Nithi government. And when it succeeds, now avenues will be found on how to have public-private partnerships, people coming together, even the women and the families find that this is a viable project, they are going to support it. When people find this thing is useful, they are going to support it. There is also another question he's going to respond, but let me stop there because I can talk forever. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let's clap for Grace. But Grace's story, she didn't finish the story, especially about the scholarship. And I was just wondering, in the morning we were told that control is not love. So the young ones who are here know that control is not love. And so if you have a boyfriend who is controlling, run away as quickly as possible. Don't. Thank you. Yeah, let's have Professor.
This thing is liquid. Okay, thank you very much. Quite some interesting questions coming through from I don't know who was speaking. There was a lady who was speaking from this end, and also the previous question that was asked. This is an experiment we call randomized control trial, where, if you remember, the government had already tried to advocate for institutions to put in place facilities for taking care of children, and maybe just about Safaricom is the one which has one. A program that is advocated by the Ministry of Health and supported by families everywhere, that if you have a space where children can be taken care of and the mother is nearby, the mother can actually come breastfeed and go and continue with her work. In the scenario of Tharaka Nithi, we have a bigger community, people in the rural environment doing their farming activities and so on and so on. And our proposal was that if actually there is a place nearby, a school, where the mother can take the child in the morning, and then the child is taken care of, caregivers trained, who is able to train for child development, and the mother herself is also trained on how to empower and enable the child to develop well. So there's a curriculum for the mothers, there's a curriculum for the children in school, both of them do run, and then there's a curriculum for the mentors themselves, and there'll be a curriculum for the supervisors. So it's a whole program, and in that connection, then there was the issue, where is the money going to come from? Well, the Ministry of Education is investing a lot of money in education, but if you don't have the right foundation, it doesn't matter how much you are investing, then at the top there's going to be a problem. So we are doing this experiment to find out if it works for the mothers to take their children there and then go and work, and it is improving their livelihoods, then this can be cascaded to the other counties through actually existing government programs and government funding. And it's a very expensive exercise because it's costing about 2 million, almost 2 million USD. It's not a very cheap thing.
Yeah, when you finish, you will give us that. For now, thank you very much. Yeah, we can clap for Professor. When they finish the experiment, they will come back to tell us more. Thank you so much. There was a question on the significant coefficient, which Elizabeth wanted to answer, but I can answer on her behalf, that all those coefficients that are not significant means that there is no particular relationship between those variables. And you are a student of economics, so you should know what to say about them. Including what I saw there, some coefficient of the constant that was very significant. You know what to say about them. So there's no need for you to come and answer. Let's move on to the fourth presenter. We are fortunate or unfortunate to have one more presenter. So instead of 5, we have 6. So we are going to have Professor Wanjau, and then Christine, and then Dr. Regina Mwaza. I thought I saw her around, Regina. Dr. Regina. Oh, no, it's not this one. Okay, let's start with Professor Wanjau. Please go on.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of us. Allow me to thank the organizers of the conference and all the participants. You're doing great, and we thank God for each one of us. And we have, I'm going to present on a study that it is still ongoing, but we're presenting the preliminary findings on apprenticeship, internship, and mentorship programs, acquired skills and employment of young women. And those are the research team members. Professor Ndugo is here, and Professor Karaja, sorry, it is not Dr. Karaja. Professor Karaja is from University of Nairobi, and Dr. Gena is from KICD. The rest of us are from KU. Okay, and under these, we call them the AIM programs. AIM for apprenticeship, internship, and mentorship. Okay, thank you. Yes, and we are saying that our youths are lacking soft skills, and that is why sometimes we have challenges when we talk of work readiness, which is considered to be a pathway where our youths are improving their employability. And it has been found that in Kenya, 29.5% of those people working in the market are women, and men are at 36%. And therefore, we are also seeing gender disparity in STEM programs. And we are saying that the AIM programs then were designed to enhance the work readiness for all these our youths, so that at least we may work on the disparity of the male and the female. However, there was a low uptake, especially by women, and there was also limited empirical evidence on the effectiveness of these programs, hence the need to build evidence on what works for young women. And actually that is why we embarked on this study. And the objectives of the study were to assess the effect of KIOP, apprenticeship program, on employment of young women. And the next objective is to assess the impact of the public service internship program on employment of young women, and to determine the effect of STEM Kenya mentorship program on employment of young women. And then depending on the evidence, then we are either going to advise on the upscaling of the program that works for the we. Allow me to give an overview of the three, because it's like there are three studies in one. And what we are saying that is the KEOP, we all know it is the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunity Project, which was launched in the year 2018. And since 2018, we have already had 6 cycles, and we are now currently on the 7th cycle. And it targets youths aged between 18 and 29, whose highest level of education is high school or below. And the project has 4 components. That is to improve youth employability, support for job creation, improving market labor information, and lastly, to strengthen youth policy development. And then we move on to the Public Service Commission. Again, it was discovered that we are churning out a lot of the degree holders. Yes, we are churning them out. So they are our graduates, and they are there in the field, and they don't have jobs. And therefore, the government came up with this program whereby the youths are placed in internship programs in offices, but depending on their specialities, still to enhance the work readiness, so that when they are there, they can get skills, and then from those skills, then they will become more employable. And this one was started in 2019, and we have had 4 cohorts already. And then we move on to the STEM program. This is a program of the UNESCO, together with the government of Kenya, and it started in the year 2014, and that was at St. George's High School. Not that is where it is housed, but at least they hosted the first one. And then after that, they have gone to almost all parts of the country, and they target women who are in Form 2 and Form 3. So those are the targets of this program, and they are the pillars there. They want to inspire and nurture our girls. They want to role model and the environment, and also there is making STEM to be fun, and there is also the industry and environment. And then we come to the research methodology, and for the research and study design, we used a descriptive research design through snowballing, and the study location was Nairobi and Kiambu County for this particular study. And then the target populations were youths who had been absorbed in the AIM programs. And the sampling, we did the purposive and random sampling, and the sample size was 74, but it was composed of both male and females. And the data collection and analysis, we used self-administered questionnaires. The interview guides were also there, and ethical considerations. So all the ethical permits were sought from the relevant authorities. And then the data analysis involved the descriptive and inferential statistics. And when it comes to the results and discussions, we generated both qualitative and quantitative data, and the data is presented in the following. We have that for KEOP, that is the apprenticeship. There was the career advancement, and you can see the courses undertaken. There is the hospitality, there is the electrics, there is the agribusiness, and there is also the beauty, and then there is the career advancement. Here, we wanted to find out what is it that the youths are telling us about the KEOP program or the apprenticeship program. And they were very happy about it, and they said they acquired skills to become better, and now they also became employable, and others were able to start their business. And then when it came to the services or products given by KEOP graduates, there are quite a number of them there. And the fonts are a little bit low, but as we had already seen, they are usually grouped together with the people to take them through the course. And they start with actually life skills. So they are equipped with life skills for the first 2 months, and then the other 4 months, they are coupled with the people who are going to take them through. And you can see we have the plumbing, there is the electrical, there is the hair, cosmetology, and all those, and the respective percentages. And then there is the broadened employability possibilities. Again, that one, they were very happy, and that is what we found as far as KEOP was concerned. Then when it came to the internship, we realized that those who went through the internship were 55% employed, while 9 had not been employed, and majority of them, actually 95%, were aged between 20 and 30 years, and as we can see that 91% of the respondents were involved in extracurricular activities. Again, why extracurricular activities? Remember, when our youth go to look for jobs, then they are taken through interviews and they are asked, what else can you do? And again, we know that with extracurricular activities, if you have been involved in running, it doesn't mean you'll stop. So you'll still continue, and you'll become more healthier, and you will be able to continue and give productive service. And then it is also noteworthy that the interns who had participated were also getting employment in comparison to the others. When it came to STEM, again, you can see there are those who are mentored, and there are those who had not been mentored. And then there are those who could not give the names. Those were some of the challenges that we got. When it came to employability status or employment status, there are those who had been employed with salary, and you can see there were 33.3%. And then there are casual laborers, there were none, and there are those who had been self-employed, and we had others. And then when it came to the influence of the program on career choices, you can see the program had a higher impact on the career choices because they knew what they wanted to do. And then there are those, the salary skills, you can see it was good. That is where they are. And this one is a summary of all the programs, and we are looking at the employment status for women in the AIM program, and you can see internship and apprenticeship, and it is there. And I can see Professor is coming, and we are saying that, yes, the tools, they need to continue, they are okay, and therefore we are using them. And all those, they gain skills, and again, we are seeing they are happy with the programs. However, we have the challenges, and I think that is where I want to go to the recommendations, whereby we are saying that we need an alumni database that will help, and we also need policies, and we are also saying that we need respondents to go through a workshop, and the youth at all levels of education need to be encouraged to engage in extracurricular activities. And then we are saying the programs, or the AIM programs, are effective in enhancing the work readiness of our respondents. Otherwise, thank you, and allow me also to thank the researchers and the WeHub. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much. You know, when you said it was a summary of what you did, then I stood up because it was a summary. Thank you, but of course the recommendations have come in through very well. Thank you for that. Let's have Christine. Christine, and I have seen Dr. Regina come in. Prepare, please. you will follow Christine. And thank you for coming. Yeah. 15 minutes presentation. People are taking a lot of time on power ground. Just go to methodology and research. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I hope you are all doing well, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak to issues that we've been working on. So I'm here with a co-presenter, and at least they'll come in at some point for clarification. So the paper that we're talking about was done on an analysis of intersection of the impact of multiple crises on women's economic empowerment, and it really focuses on women violence and women's work in the Horn, East and Central Africa. And this paper was co-authored, so by myself, Christina, and Ruth Olo, sitting over there, just give them a shout. Yeah, and also another person, Mr. Michael Odumbe from Oxfam International. So what this study does is look at the intersecting factors that impact on multiple crises on women's economic empowerment. So what we have learned is that now, when you look at crisis, there's so many crises that are happening: climate crisis, economic crisis, political crisis, all forms of crisis. So all these crises that are happening, they're happening and they're intersecting, and this has an impact on how issues of gender unfold in each of the countries. So our study is focusing on the Horn, East and Central Africa. This is an area that we've been working on as Oxfam International, and we narrowed down to issues of marginalized women and girls and how they are affected by multiple crises, and how that actually impacts on their full enjoyment of their rights, and also how it affects their ability to contribute to economic development. It also looks at things like COVID-19, which was really one of the major crises that we had, then also conflicts, climate change, and displacement. Because of the location of women and girls, impact of crisis includes the issues around loss of dignity and bodily integrity. We'll go into a little bit more on that. The issues of workload, like unpaid care, how that increases during crisis. And also a lot of times, even with COVID-19, we saw the rollback of economic gains, limited livelihoods options, and reduced opportunities for education for women and girls, with far-reaching impacts for their futures. However, what we see is that in policy, usually maybe women are treated as a homogeneous group, but they are not homogeneous. They are located differently. So we have ages, we have issues around ethnicity, we have issues around access to resources that really impact on who is the most affected in any situation. And the fact that they are responding to one form of crisis instead of giving a holistic picture. So the same woman who is being affected by climate change is the same woman who might experience the gender-based violence, who is also facing the price hikes, and who is also the one who is also dealing with political instability or has to run away from a war or some conflict in their home area. So looking at these things collectively helps us to understand. So as I've mentioned, we look at the critical forms of crisis in Eastern Africa and how they affect women and girls, the intersection, the current responses, and how relevant or adequate they are. And then we outline a set of recommendations. We did look at this from intersectional feminist theory perspective, and looking at how the different categories of people are affected because of their identity, and how they experience climate change, conflict, and how this further marginalizes the already marginalized groups. The theory also helps us to expose the interconnectedness of injustice and how that is really key to addressing multiple shocks and crises. It brings out how different groups of women and girls experience these differently, and how we can also look at things to do with local household and power dynamics and how that impacts on engaging in economic empowerment. And also, it really shows that if we continue without looking at the intersectionality issues, we might end up failing because we've not really looked at the issues comprehensively. So we see that the intersectionality of issues can be empowering or it can be oppressing. So for example, a young marginalized girl living in a community where there's conflict might will really find that their social identity might impact on how they experience, and they might be the worst affected. Whereas other groups, for example, a man with resources might experience differently and might find themselves maybe enjoying more privilege and power and resources as a result of crisis or pandemic. So there are overlapping and interconnected injustices for women in marginalized communities. We looked at secondary data and focused on some of the key countries: Kenya, Ethiopia, South Sudan, and DRC. So the key findings that we saw is that violence is used as women's bodies are used as weapons of war and spoils of war. So the bodies of women are seen as the ones to be controlled, and people also go to war to say we are defending the women as motherland, motherhood, and all that. So that is linked to weapons of war and spoils of war. And when people, their understanding, sometimes they use military or political objectives to subjugate or to control or to make any statement about their experiences around motherhood, around territory, around control of spaces and people. So the way conflict is experienced cannot be generalized. So as I mentioned, I think we have adolescents, women under the age of 30, for example. In South Sudan, they found that these were the ones most at risk of gender-based violence. All women are at risk, but there are some groups which are at a very much higher risk, and that is very context-specific. So in a different country, it might be experienced differently, where you find maybe a different group is more at risk. In countries where there's high conflict, of course, we see that the livelihood options become really small, such as they cannot farm, they're not able to do market activities, and so that really impacts on other rights as well, whether they're able to access medical care and other things. And also we identified that economic crisis and climate change are key drivers of poverty, and climate change triggers temporary migration within and between countries. And a lot of women have to move in their countries, but then also when they move, they're also subjected to different kinds of violence wherever they are moving. Young girls have to drop out of school, or maybe because of hunger, they are treated for marriage. As a result of climate change, there's hunger, but then for them, it also means that now they can be sent off for marriage so that they can save the family, and they are actually not considered as valuable members. Sometimes they are seen as an additional mouth to feed. So that really means that if they are married off, that reduces the number of people to be fed in the house. So certain perceptions around young girls means that they experience conflict, climate crisis in a very different form from other groups. There's the heavy load of unpaid care and domestic work, which increases tremendously, especially due to climate change. We've also seen that women during the pandemic, many women lost their jobs, and that also impacted on their ability to access other rights. And as we know that the issues around access to land and other productive resources, it is difficult for them to invest in long-term investments because they don't really own or control the land that they're working. And so they really rely mostly on small short-term interventions because they cannot fully invest. So that impacts on how they're able to relate to climate change when it comes and how they can bounce back. They're not really able to bounce back as easily as other groups, like especially men who have access to land and other productive resources. There's a clear nexus between climate change, unpaid care work, and gender-based violence. where we see that there's the different roles that women have in terms of in terms of childcare and other things, they also affect men and women differently. So for example, we see that there's an increase in workload, and that climate change might actually lead to increased gender-based violence, whether it be violence against women and girls when they are working, or to find firewood or to fetch water in far away places, or when they have someone trying to exchange food to them in exchange for sexual favors and things like that. And unpaid care work is, as we said, is done mostly by women and girls. And this also means that they have time poverty and they can't really go and engage in other activities around livelihoods. That steals their times. We've mentioned about droughts and floods, how this leads to malnutrition and hunger among women and girls, especially the issues around skipping meals and eating last. And then also the issues around displacement, crisis and violence and women's work, where we see that refugees, they face different kinds of exposure once they leave their countries, but then when they come to the new country, they find that they are not able to report any kind of violence that they experience. And we also noted the centrality of women's leadership in addressing multiple crises. Our recommendations include increasing women's capacity to respond to complex to these complex problems and eliminating structural patriarchal power imbalances at household level and at national level. We also say that a strong multi-sectoral approach by the state and other actors is important to address gender-based violence, but also to look at women and girls in a holistic and clear manner. And then we also looked about a concerted effort to make sure that women have access to power, control, and access to resources, such as land, and that women will be able to lead in things like climate policy, peace processes, food security issues, and other related to their rights. We note that the gender, climate, and conflict nexus is complex, it's intersecting, it's multifaceted, it's also like overlapping, which means that gender-related work in the context of this must match. So it cannot be a singular approach. There's need to look at the intersections and also how each is connected, and looking at the most vulnerable groups in the communities in different countries. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Christina. So we go to the last presenter, Dr. Regina Mwada. If I was presenting, I would not do much or talk much in the background. I'll just go to methodology and the results. But we are spending a lot of time explaining some things in the background. Thank you. Dr. Regina, please. You are my boss, so my voice has to come down, and like others. Thank you. 15 minutes.
You are my boss now. So, where have they have my presentation? I can't see it. Thank you. This study is done by several people. So we looked at gender differentiated impacts of COVID-19 on the informal traders. What's going on? On the informal traders and vendors in urban centers in Kenya in 6 counties. COVID-19, street vendors We have about 12 million labor force in the informal economy where we did this study, and the partial lockdowns or complete lockdowns of COVID-19 affected them differently. So we went to the organization that they have, known as Kenasvit, which has about 6,000 members in 24 counties. And we disaggregated them by gender, as you can see. And what was the problem? The problem was that the measures put in were such that they were good, but for most men and women in this sector, the trade-off between staying home and the risk of going out to eke a living did not exist. For them, they needed a daily income because they live hand to mouth, most of them, to avoid hunger, to cater for their housing, and to cater for general livelihood. So they had difficulties adhering to COVID-19 restrictions. What were our objectives? We looked at the differentiated impacts of COVID-19 on them. We wanted to understand the differentiated coping mechanisms and building resilience for both men and women. And then we had recommendations. We had policy recommendations to the national government and the county government to help in a gender-driven approach to recovery and resilience. The methodology, we used structured interview schedules using telephone and survey to go. We used county consultations in the 6 counties and structured key informant interviews. I have talked about sampling, and we sampled 6 counties purposefully with Kenasvit, and then we did a structured, a systematic random sampling. What were the findings? A total of 879 traders and vendors were actually interviewed. We found that the women and men operated in different sectors, or same sometimes. The business sector had the highest concentration of traders and street vendors, with 70.6 female and 77% male. The service sector was ranked second, then by agribusiness, and manufacturing was the least. And you find most of the women are actually in the trade. That's how it shows on my bar graph. What was the age? You find that most of the women were aged between 36 and 45, followed by those, aged 26 to 35. So basically, these are young people. But you find that there were a lot of youths, therefore, and women tended to stay in in the informal sector more than men. We argued that possibly men do move out to other sectors. The counter consultations actually confirmed that with time, some of the men also grow their businesses, and then they have a span of them, but the women don't grow that much. That is the presentation. There were more women traders that had completed primary school compared to the male traders that had secondary education. And a higher percentage of males had completed tertiary education compared to women. So basically the women here, like the other study yesterday, were of low education. But what did we conclude? That the education levels combined with age do indicate that it's possible to train vendors and traders and street vendors to become astute businessmen and women. It is also possible to absorb them in programs like KEOP, the KEOP program. That is the education levels. What were the implications of COVID-19? Already COVID-19 found an unstable economic situation. And the male, with COVID-19, both male and female traders stated that their businesses were affected negatively, 72% female and 78% male. But 27.3% females said that their businesses totally collapsed, and 20% of the men stated that their businesses totally collapsed. Actually, a woman from Nyeri said, I used to conduct my business at the roadside in the evening. They did the prepared vegetables for those people coming from work, the ones who get like sukuma wiki cut up, and they take it home, onions and tomatoes, all prepared, so you go and just cook. And that's what she said she did. So one day, the council came and chased us away. In the process, I lost everything, and as I ran away, I have not been able to set up again. By the time we did the study, she could not set up. County consultations showed that, especially for the female traders who did food in Nyeri and Nakuru, in Nyeri, they were kicked out. In Nakuru, they were moved to the stadium. And therefore, in the stadium in Nakuru, there is no human traffic. So there is no movement. There are no buyers. In Kisumu, there was a they negotiated with the governor, and they were moved to another market zone, which they all agreed. But the problem was the purchasing power of the people went down. And further, those who were their clients, some of them said, I used to sell by the roadside. So now that I came to the market scene, my clients don't know where I am, so they cannot get me. And therefore, I'm not selling. What was the implication on the family? There was lack of rent to pay the houses they lived in. And those who had to pay licenses in the market, some of them pay, some don't. They had no money to pay the licenses. There was no food at home. The purchasing power lowered and lowered profits. Some in the informal sector said, I made 3,000 shillings every day. Today, I make 100 shillings on a good day. So that's how down things went. The goods they had also spoiled, especially among women and PWDs, because they deal with fresh food. And then PWDs became totally immobile, especially after being moved in Nakuru. The stadium, as you know, is not, most of us are Kenyans, you know, it is not tarmac. So it became muddy and they could not walk there. So they just stayed home. Here is a voice of a man in Nakuru who said, I sell sweets in town. When we moved from the streets and taken to the stadium, my wheelchair could not move because it rained. The stadium was muddy, so I just went back home. What were some of the unfulfilled? Did they have unfulfilled responsibilities? They are here, and I have discussed them. Some of them I have discussed, but here are others. Inability to support parents, the elderly, inability to buy medicine for the sick children, and so forth. How did they cope? Men started to come home late. They walked to work. They missed breakfast because they have left home early, because they don't want a confrontation with the wife, because it will come. So it's better to get up, walk, and walk to work. Young men took shelter with their friends. I'll be giving you an example of that. And they said, for instance, in Nakuru that, look, some of our colleagues got sick, those who had illnesses, but we had no proof, they just said. And they have, in the process, died. So look at young men and women. Young men took shelter with their friends, especially these were university students. They could no longer, universities were closed, and they could not get back home because they didn't want that. There's this young man from Nyeri who said, I couldn't go back home. My parents can't afford. And when I'm in the university, I trade in clothing. And remember, second-hand clothes were bad. So he got kicked out of his home, his house. He got accommodated by friends who were taking drugs, and he got into that. And then he also talked about the process of getting rescued by some of his university friends. So it's a cycle. But some young men also shifted business to selling masks on the street. Some young women said that they took their business online. There was not a single man who said that they took their business online, and especially those dealing with food, and therefore they were delivering. How did women cope? Meals at home were reduced from 2 and 3 to 1. Women with children actually said, I have to figure out how to make sure that these children eat one meal without realizing. A mother from Kisumu said, at some point things were so bad, I had no food, so I devised a way to cope. I would make children sleep longer, so that by the time they wake up, it's about lunchtime, they would then take porridge, and the next meal will be at dinner time. Women stopped trading and began to seek cleaning jobs in the urban areas. In Kisumu, they went to Milimani. In Nyeri, they went to other homes for wealthy people, but they said even those people moved out. So the women actually moved to the rural areas and lived now on the farm and started cultivating. In Nairobi, they began to seek work in wealthy homes in Kilimani, in Lavington, and so forth. I've said men started coming home late. Those with homes at the rural area said they sent their wife and children home. Men said they were able to sell property, a bicycle, some goat, a cow, to feed the family. If you compare, women had nothing to sell. And there is a case of one man from main bus station. How did they begin to build resilience? They said that they have something at home in the rural area that they would sell. Not land, but they had something they knew they could sell, both men and women, but more men had something to sell compared to women. They also said they would take a bank SACCO or a SACCO loan. 50.9% of the women and 49% of the men said they would be able at least to take a SACCO loan. And others said they would use other methods. They also had a lot of hope in taking a loan from Kenasvit. That is their organization, because it gives loans. They would be able to borrow some little food money from their friends. Remember, it's a small business, so with 20,000, 10,000, you can restart. I can see Professor coming. What did they expect from the national and county government? They wanted a relook into the licensing and permits because they were not able to pay in lump sum. In some counties, they said they wanted the inspectors, we call them the Kajo inspectors, those to stop being cruel, especially to women. Some counties had waived the licensing, but they also said they want the national government to have a plan to provide financial support in terms of loan to help the traders pull up again. They wanted the organization to find strategies to help them to do better, especially when there are pandemics. These are the researchers, myself, Dr. Kitui, Boniface Owino, and Mercy Karumba, and thank you. How do I switch it off?
Thank you, thank you. Can we clap for Dr. once again? We are grateful. I went back to sit because you are my boss. By the way, those who don't know her, she's the Dr. Regina Mwatha. She's the project leader in the hub, Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub. Thank you so much, presenters. Now we take observations, questions, some clarification from the presenters. But before that, I do not know whether we have online, people online asking questions. Do we have any from online? Last time we forgot. We didn't have any comments from online. Yes, Charles, please go ahead. Was that Charles? Caroline, please go ahead. Caroline? Was that Charles or Caroline? Now, as they prepare, let's have questions. Yes. Yeah. Excellent presentation. You are able to tell for sure that the reported employment is due to participation in the M program. Are we able to tell for sure, or it is gone? But I hope the M group, I think, got it. Any other person online? Is this hand up? Hannah Pula? I don't think so. That's still the same comment. Let's have the physical. Yes. Starting from Professor Joy. 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much. I thought you'd deny me the opportunity historically. Thank you very much for the purpose of this day. My question is to Christina. That was very interesting. I'm just wondering about differences of women in HECA, the pastoralists, those who are in urban or peri-urban or rural, and the differences between them or among them with regard to the climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. There was only one observation. Yes, Dr. Nasibi.
Thank you very much. My observation is with Professor Regina. I'm wondering whether you considered the impact of these effects on the education of the children, especially the girl child. Did you look at that aspect?
Thank you. Any other? These papers, yes, Professor. But Professor Wanjayo, I'm taking questions. No.
Thank you to Christine. You recommended that women need to be capacity built. Who is going to capacity build them? Because from this conference, we have seen very many angles. There is the church, there is the government, there are the institutions, there are those support groups. I think it needs a multidimensional angle. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Even online, yes, Dr. here.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Thank you for the good presentations, but I'm particularly concerned about measures on resiliency.
Hold your microphone well. No, it's okay. Take it close to your mouth.
So I come again, Prof.
Yes.
So my concern is on resiliency as put. It takes the community, the family, the woman and the girl child, and the boy child and the men in the community to support a woman to be successful because they won't live in isolation. So maybe among resiliency, you could suggest ways that can be put can be put together so that we don't empower women alone. In particular, what has been presented by Dr. Regina, and also what was presented by the others. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina and Regina. Yes, Professor Ndungu.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator, and thank you, Dr. Regina, for that wonderful presentation. I am just amazed at the strategies, the coping strategies the women employ to cope with these challenges. I remember we had a case during the COVID of a woman in Mombasa who was cooking stones. And yes, she was cooking stones for children to see there is food being cooked. And I also remember when I was young, I still remembered people were cooking stumps of bananas, so that children can see something is cooking, and then of course they wait, and then they sleep. Now she's telling us about those women, telling them to sleep longer, so that by the time they wake up, they can only deal with one meal. So I was wondering whether from their literature review, they looked at some of these things and see the kind of strategies women employ and how viable they could be in dealing with a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question. Is there another observation, questions? Thank you so much. I think it's lunchtime is in fact beyond lunchtime. So let's have a reaction from our presenters, starting with Christina.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Ruth, if you want, you can also add if there's something more. In terms of the impact of climate change and how the responses that are happening for pastoralists and other groups in the rural and urban divide, we focus mostly on the most marginalized groups in the conflict settings in the countries like South Sudan and Ethiopia, and most of these were rural. So there was a very strong focus on the rural, and I think it would be quite interesting to also look at the urban settings and how these factors actually work among the marginalized groups so that we can really see the differences. In terms of thank you for the question also on the capacity building. I think it is a big task. The multi-sectoral approach is a big task. And one of the things that I think is possible is that so far most people have been working in departmental kind of focused ways. But now, if, for example, you're working on food security, you must also think about unpaid care. How will the women cook the food that you are giving them? For example, those who are in the humanitarian sector. And if you are working on things like sexual reproductive health rights and things like that, then also consider other rights that will impact in terms of climate change and how women are able to access. So in conflict situations, you'll find that most of the infrastructure is actually destroyed, and most of the rights that people are advocating for, especially other humanitarian organizations are advocating for, they might be very difficult to enjoy in a conflict situation or where there's a climate change crisis. So whatever you are working on, even if it's from any angle or academic way, looking at things not only from the specific way, but also considering other dimensions, particularly that crisis rarely occurs on its own. Often people experience multiple problems at the same time.
Manjao?
Okay, for AIM, it was about the employment, and we realized that for the apprenticeship, 81% the ones who went through the AIM program at the apprenticeship, 81% were employed. So we can see the impact. Then at the internship, 55% were employed. And at the mentorship, 60%. So all the programs had over actually 50%, which we can say then it is good and we can recommend that they continue. And actually that is what we have done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Last, Dr. Regina. But as you come, I think walking home, going home late looks to be a good strategy. I don't know. Maybe you can give us another alternative, but for me, that is the best. Thank you. Dr. Regina is there.
Thank you very much. We did not look on the girl child per se. Oh, I'm being told to come to me. So where do I stand? Okay, I'm saying that our study was not focused on the girl child, but we did get information from the women that there was increased workload at home for them and for the girls, and there was also a lot of increased gender-based violence to women and girls, and they did say that sometimes because they stayed at home, the relations therein made girls get pregnant. Coping strategies. Yes, Professor Duga, we did look at other coping strategies. I couldn't present all of it here. We had a lot of information that is missing here. Professor, I missed your question. I think you asked me a question, but I didn't get it. So what was the question?
The question was, as you put the recommendations, because the environment where women are doing businesses is in families and communities, where they also need support. So what some of the resilient measures can be done to those other players so that they can support women to be able to bounce back to business?
Oh, I mentioned some of them. I said like the county government. The women say that they don't want the council officers to be hard on them. They say they want to pay their licenses for their business a bit slowly, and for the organization like NASFIT to help in empowering them financially and through event training to enable them to rebuild their lives. Thank you. Just walk home.
Okay. Thank you so much. Can we clap for our presenters? Thank you so much. I think I have a mandate to tell you that we can now go for lunch. We take 30 minutes, although it is now 25 minutes. So lunch will be served at the usual place down here. And thank you so much for listening to these papers and contributing. Thank you so much. We wish you well. So remember, we are coming back at 2. There are many papers that are lined up. So we are coming back here at 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello? I hope ranch has not done the damage sometimes it does. We are almost there, And we have only 2 sessions, to be precise, maybe 3 because of the closing ceremony, and we don't want to leave this place at 7 p.m. It's a Friday, it's Members' Day. Those who are members, I don't know for what. So, the afternoon session is creating an enabling environment for women's economic empowerment in the formal and informal sectors. And we have the speakers with us. I'm not introducing the speakers because I'm not the moderator, but I want to introduce the moderator of the session. We have Professor Richard Oduor, who is from the Research Division, Kenyatta University, and he is our Director for Research, Support, and Dissemination here at KU. He's here with us, and I know we also have Kesley Harris, and the other panelists are here. He will be taking you through that. Please welcome Professor Oduor. Take over.
Thank you so much, Prof. Grace Wamue. And I take this opportunity to also thank the organizers for this. I'm very privileged to be part of this team and to moderate one of the critical thematic area. My name is Richard Oduor. I am an associate professor of molecular and cell biology and currently serving in the Directorate of Research Support and Dissemination. Allow me to then say that in this session, and this is probably the last thematic area, we have had 4 others, and this is the last one. I'm going to have assisted by 2 rapporteurs. There is Mary Mwangi, Madam Mary, she's here, and also Juliet Adongo. Is Juliet around as well? Thank you so much. So this session is supposed to take 1 hour. I'm privileged to have very able panelists and also the theme speaker. I think Kesley is here. And of course, we also have other 4. There is Betty Sungura. There is Dr. Nicholas Ozo. There is Mr. Jack Odiwa, and a personality from Kipra. I'm yet to get the names. But this is how we will do it. We will have the thematic area speaker. Kesley will speak for 15 or so minutes, and then she will get back to her seat. Then I'll call over the other panelists to come to sit here. Then we can go through that, picking a lot more from her presentation. So without further ado, allow me then to welcome Kesley Harris. She's a senior policy advocate and the We Prosper Coalition Coordinator, International Center for Research on Women, commonly known as the ICRW. Is that how they do it? So Kesley, please a round of applause for her as she comes.
Okay. The clicker is not working. Let's see. There we go. Okay, thank you all. Thank you, Professor, and also to Kenyatta University for having me, particularly to Professor Judith Odo for inviting me and being such a wonderful thought partner to ICRW. And to We Prosper. It is such an honor to be participating in this conference, and I've learned so much already from all of you. Just a little bit more of an introduction. I work for the ICRW, International Center for Research on Women. I'm based in Washington, D.C., and in that role, I lead policy and advocacy on WE. And I serve as the coalition coordinator for We Prosper, a global coalition on women's economic empowerment, which ICRW facilitates. Over the last couple of days, I've listened to your excellent presentations, sharing comprehensive research and important context on the state of we. We have all been trying to answer the question, what works in we? But I'm here to take that a step further and talk about what we need to do with this information and how we can work together to create change globally. As has been identified by many of you, there are still barriers in place to effectively advance women's economic empowerment, from the lack of gender data to narrow policy approaches that don't address structural change to a one-size-fits-all approach. And addressing these barriers is even more important in the wake of COVID-19 and if we hope to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Even with the progress we've achieved so far, the World Economic Forum estimates that it will take 135 years to close the global gender gap at the current trajectory. Fortunately, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of organizations, including all of you, working around the world to produce we evidence, implement programs, and advocate for change at different levels. However, until recently, there was not a formal coordination mechanism at the global level to organize and amplify these efforts. Enter We Prosper, or the Global We Hub, as some of you have heard it called. With support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and leadership from our steering committee, which Kenyatta University and Groots both sit on, and significant contributions from our founding organizational members, We Prosper was formed just last year and has been building momentum and strategic direction ever since. We currently have 55 organizations. We seem to have lost the slides. We currently have 55 organizations that are members of the coalition. You can see them on the slide here, including a significant representation from Kenya, so thank you very much. And the coalition is really unique for its breadth and depth of organizations, ranging from civil society organizations, academia, the grassroots, the private sector, and working in dozens or more of countries around the world. But what is perhaps most important about our approach is our attention to evidence and our efforts to serve as a bridge from evidence to policymaking, so that we can achieve our ultimate vision of a gender equitable world without discrimination, inequality, or poverty. And here's where the enabling environment comes into play, as that is an integral part of what guides our work. And you can see our 8 guiding principles that guide our work on the slide there. We believe that to achieve women's economic empowerment, justice, and rights, we must integrate a holistic conception of we. This expands the traditional lens of we to include structural and systemic issues that determine economic outcomes, including social structures like gender norms, legal issues like land rights, labor market policies like decent work, and macroeconomic policies like fiscal space. This approach ensures that context-specific factors and overlapping inequalities are integrated and called out in our strategic advocacy. To further underscore this, I wanted to share We Prosper's definition of we, which was developed through a very iterative process with our coalition members. And it specifically notes that the transformative process and outcome of we is dependent on the process of creating an enabling environment by ensuring agency and choice for women and girls and addressing structural economic factors. All of your research is critical to achieve the transformative change that we need for women and girls, as evidence should serve as the backbone for policymaking and implementation. However, what we see is that extensive research that organizations are doing is not actually always making it into that policy or practice to the extent required. So, We Prosper members are working to contribute to the global evidence base by synthesis and collation, leveraging evidence that's already being generated, and promoting its integration into global policy through our advocacy work. By driving coherent and collective messaging and providing clear policy recommendations, we can support policymakers, institutions, and other stakeholders that are working to better address we. To make this happen, We Prosper also serves as a global learning and sharing community that helps to build capacity for all our members and collaborate with others working in the we space so that we can leverage and support that work that's already happening on the ground. That includes coordinating with local and regional WE hubs and initiatives like Kenyatta University, University of Nairobi WE hubs, the Kenya WE Community of Practice, led by ICRW, and the East African WE hubs. In fact, just earlier this week, I had the pleasure of joining a 2-day convening for the WE advocacy hubs for Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia, where I was better able to understand the WE context in each of those countries and also contribute to some strategic thinking about how we can all work better together more effectively. It was really impressive to see the progress that's already been made there, and exciting to discuss the opportunities for cross-learning, for regional influencing, and for collaboration with the global space moving forward. So with evidence as our foundation, we're going to continue to build on those strong partnerships and advocacy efforts in order to increase understanding and uptake of WE issues in policy action. So that brings us to policy change, which is the most important objective and perhaps also the most difficult to achieve. Working with global institutions, multilateral organizations, governments, and other partners, we're working to harness the energy of all of those 55 members and collectively work to increase global attention and support for women's economic empowerment and produce change through our unified advocacy and messaging. And through our collective advocacy, we want to see positive change around increased and more transparent global funding for WE, gender and WE mainstreaming across funding and policy, more gender transformative policies around issues like COVID and care, and better accountability and reporting on global WE commitments. These changes will enable meaningful progress for the livelihoods, opportunities, and economic justice and rights for women and girls across the world. So that's WE Prosper's approach, but what does this look like in practice, and how can you all contribute? In thinking about creating an enabling environment for women's economic empowerment, I mentioned social structures, which have an immense impact on both formal and informal work. Recently, care work, both formal and informal, has been at the heart of a growing global discussion as the world works to recover from the impacts of COVID. Governments and donors have responded with new commitments and investments in care, such as Canada's commitment to invest $100 million in global care programming, Germany's focus on care throughout its G7 presidency this last year, and the launch of the Global Alliance for Care as a collective commitment of the Generation Equality Forum. As governments evaluate how they're going to invest in care and how they can balance those investments with other competing priorities and fiscal constraints, thoroughly assessing the evidence is key for us so that we can inform our policy recommendations. Thus, WE Prosper has been performing a synthesis of evidence on care work and its connection with WE. This research has been led by my colleague, Dr. Mary Barrowman, who unfortunately cannot be here today, but she sends her best regards. WE Prosper will be releasing a 2-part research synthesis report series, the first installment of which is going to be released in a couple of weeks. It's going to be focused on care services, and that includes both child care and long-term care. And we feel that the latter has really not been as central to the conversation as it needs to be, so this is an important way to highlight it. The second installment will be focused on care infrastructure, like transportation and WASH, but today I'm pleased to give you a little sneak peek before the release of the report in a couple of weeks. So globally, care work is largely informal with poor working conditions and low wages. And most care workers are women, often migrant women, women of color, or women from historically marginalized groups. As such, the needs, quality of employment, and rights of care workers are critical components of ensuring investments in care services support women's economic empowerment, justice, and rights. A holistic approach to addressing the spectrum of paid to unpaid care integrates the 5 R's of care: recognizing, redistributing, and reducing unpaid care work, and also rewarding and representing paid care work. There's a clear economic case for investment. Evidence shows that investments in care serve as a form of social infrastructure and are strategic economic policy decisions. Critically, investments in care services impact the economy in different ways than traditional infrastructure, with greater employment benefits, particularly for women. So first, we took a look at the evidence on childcare. Although data is limited on childcare in low-income countries, what's clear from the data available is that affordable and quality childcare is low and greatly needed. Even before 2020, the global childcare situation was in crisis. 40% of children under primary school age, or approximately 350 million children worldwide, lack access to needed childcare, 8 out of 10 of which are in lower middle income countries. COVID-19 just increased that need, and it placed further care burdens on women in particular, with the result that women were leaving the workforce in all sectors in far greater numbers than men. While significant resource outlays of 1.1 to 14% of gross domestic product will be required to fill childcare provision gaps based on our analysis, filling those gaps brings numerous benefits, including creation of jobs and tax revenues, which would actually offset those expenditures by 10.5% to 51% of the cost of the investment. Plus, it would bring positive impacts on women's labor force participation, employment, and the overall hours worked. Further, there's wide evidence on the positive impact of the availability of free childcare for women's labor force participation, employment, and overall hours worked. One review of 13 studies in low middle income countries found that women's employment increased 6 percentage points on average, with an average of a 30% increase in daycare utilization. In reviewing the data available, it's clear that more data is needed on government child care expenditures, particularly for low middle income countries. However, what we know is that costs appear to be a significant constraint, and there's often not affordable options. In Kenya, for example, childcare costs comprise 12% of household income on average, and in Mexico, the fees of a federal daycare program were 22% of the monthly minimum wage. And current foreign aid for childcare also appears to be very low, despite the abundance of evidence on the role of childcare for supporting human capital, poverty reduction, and other development priorities. Despite recent multilateral investments like the collective commitment of $180 million for the World Bank's Child Care Incentive Fund, significantly more resources by international financial institutions and others are very necessary to fill these child care gaps. We also reviewed the evidence on child care policies supportive of WE, including child care subsidies, cash transfer programs, and free public early childhood education, daycare and after-school programs, to get a better understanding of what's actually working to support WE. And we found positive impacts across all of the types of interventions in different contexts, which will be informative for us to make recommendations to policymakers. When it comes to long-term care, including care for older people and those with disabilities, we found that government policies have been less responsive, and research and evaluation much more limited compared to childcare. This is a huge issue given that the global population of those 65 and older will be 1.5 billion by 2050, and 1 billion people already experience some form of disability. Eastern and Southeastern Asia and Africa are currently experiencing rapid growth in the population of people 65 and older, yet only a quarter of adults above retirement age in sub-Saharan Africa are covered by a pension. With the evidence available, we found that disability care in developing countries is more scarce than child care, despite the majority of persons living with disabilities living in low and middle income countries. Effective coverage of persons with severe disabilities receiving benefits was only about 27.8% in 2015, with significant regional disparities. And in some countries, such as Asian Development Bank countries, long-term care needs are just simply not being met by governments. So that burden gets shifted to care recipients and their families. It's being met through out-of-pocket expenses, and there's no systematic evaluation of what exactly those costs are for care recipients and their families. Yet the benefits for investing in long-term care are clear. Investments are projected to generate significant employment in addition to tax revenue, which would partially finance the investments. In fact, an investment in long-term care of 2.45% of GDP could actually create 184 million jobs, with women benefiting from as much as 78% of this employment increase and reduce the gender employment gap by 7.4 percentage points. When it comes to the models for financing long-term care, OECD suggests that a dedicated stream of public investments financed by a reliable source works best, but more analyses of donor funding on long-term care is needed to assess what kinds of programs are being funded and what systems work best in different contexts. Currently, there's very limited data available on donor financing, which is a sign that donors are paying insufficient attention to elderly care and long-term needs. In terms of policy approaches that support an enabling environment for care, We found evidence that a number of policies that work in different contexts and ultimately support reductions in unpaid care time and week goals. These included paid parental leave, paid family and medical leave, family-friendly and flexible workplace policies, labor protections, decent work for care workers, migration policies, and social norms, to name a few. For example, paid family and medical leave supports caregivers' mental health, labor force attachment, and well-being as they navigate family care needs. However, only 29% of 186 countries surveyed in 2014 provided workers leave to care for their elderly parents. Our review of evidence has been enlightening and provides a strong case for further investment in care services, given the extent of care gaps in low middle income country contexts. The negative impacts of not addressing these care needs, including on women's economic empowerment, justice, and rights, and the potential benefits of these investments for a broad range of economic and social outcomes. And this is all just a snippet of the analysis that we've done around care. So I encourage you all to take a look at the report once it comes out, and also to help us share the report widely. We're going to be building off this synthesis to develop specific policy recommendations and directly engage with policymakers to highlight this evidence and advocate for research-backed policy change around care work. Next week, in fact, We Prosper is hosting a virtual side event at the UN's High-Level Political Forum for Sustainable Development. It's a great opportunity to bring experts and policymakers together to discuss evidence, practical expertise, and recommendations related to care investments, encouraging more and better holistic commitments and financing on care moving forward. All of you are invited to join us. Please do let me know if you're interested, and I can share the event details. So this is the type of evidence-backed advocacy you can expect to see from We Prosper moving forward. We have a number of active working groups, one of which is a technical working group that is research-oriented. And they're going to be leading future technical syntheses and determining specific topics where research and advocacy is needed to support the Global We agenda and really make that link from research to policy. We have plans to do a future synthesis on COVID-19 responses and the connection with We. And in addition to care work, the coalition has indicated interest in We Prosper leadership around specific issues like informal economies, gender data, decent work, and economic rights. So unfortunately the slides aren't working, but how can you support this work? It's simple, just join the We Prosper community, become a member, become a partner, contribute your expertise and knowledge, whether qualitative research, programmatic best practices, policy analysis, or lived experiences and stories. Together, working together, we will be stronger and we can work to advance gender equality, address those structural barriers, and foster women and girls' voice and power as economic actors. And together, we will prosper. So that's all for me. And if colleagues in the back could advance the slide, you can get my contact info.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together again for Kesley. Thank you so much, Kesley. That was the theme speaker, and again, thank you for unpacking the visions of the We Prosper. And particularly when she was talking, it was interesting to look at your 8 guiding principles and also the 3 approaches that you're using, and they are spanning from the evidence synthesis, translation and messaging, and of course policy change, and the last bit around the collaboration and coordination. And of particular interest from your talk was good to see how the care work is really deep and how the world has discrepancies on it. If you look at the desire for 40% of care for the children, really, and around 75% of that that require really, that care is provided for by the women, then you begin to start thinking really, if 75% of that labor is expected to come from women, yet they are supposed to compete favorably in the economic empowerment, then the questions start coming up, and you begin to wonder whether we really need policies and a few other things that are in there. And of particular interest is looking at the discrepancies If you gave the example of Ghana and of South Africa vis-a-vis the Switzerland, it gives you the thinking that indeed there's a lot more that really needs to be done, in Africa. So for me, I think then in that, again, I'm very grateful that you've given us that high-level look of things. And now with the panelists, and we have four of them, it would be nice to look at now that the whole thing is around the creating an enabling environment for women's economic empowerment in the formal and the informal sector. So we have the formal and the informal sector, and we have the women in here, and therefore we need to look at other things when the panelists get here. To touch on a little bit, just from my own reading, is what are the barriers and the opportunities that are really in here within this environment that we're talking about? Do we have other things that are unique, for example, the reproductive health, the sexual reproductive health, that are gender-based, and how that impacts in the bigger picture of enabling environment for these people? Do we have attitudes in terms of the formal and the informal sectors? Do we have such kind of threads around it? And what are the policies? Are they available, really, that are guiding the whole space? What is the discrepancy, or do we have discrepancies around the payment? Do we pay our women less compared to male because of this existence of the gender stuff? How are our women competing favorably within the entrepreneurial space? And do we have case studies, areas that they have worked? And if that's not the case, we have climate change coming in. Do we anticipate anything better for them in the future, given the emerging trends? And if that's not good enough, do we have areas or particular environments that are already dominated by the other gender? And what do we need to do around that? And probably at the end of it all, we unpack it in the face of, COVID-19, post-COVID-19. How is it looking? We had all these challenges even before COVID. Now that COVID came, and now gradually leaving us, do we see any change of trends and dynamics going forward? So without taking much time here, allow me to welcome the panelists. I would be privileged to have them come and surrender themselves, deliver themselves to these seats. I'll need one extra seat because there are four. Let me ask first of all, to get Betty Sungura, if she's here, Nyabuto. And is Betty around? Right. She's supposed to be here. She's online. Is that? Well, Betty is from the Commission of Secretary, National Gender and Equality Commission. That's where she comes from, but I hope if she comes, we'll introduce her father. There is Dr. Nicholas Ozor, of Executive Director, African Technology Policy Studies Network, that is ATPS. Give him a round of applause. Yeah. I will allow them to, when they get the mic, to start talking, to introduce themselves even more, so that you can unpack the profile for the participants. Then Mr. Jack Odiwa. Is Jack here? Could you give him a round of applause? That is from Action Aid. Thank you so much, Jack. Karibu sana. Then we also expect a representative from KIPRA. Yeah, from KIPRA, Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. Right. If the representative is not here, we will get going. As they come, we will include them. Now, as I started, this then gives us even more time, Nicholas and Dr. Ozo, to unpack the topic, the thematic area for this afternoon. And the feeling here, therefore, is that I don't know what you would prefer. You can probably come to this podium and do a 10-minute ventilation of your thoughts to the panelists, touching on very various areas of interest to this thematic area. You'll do 10 minutes, and then participants, please note down your questions. After Jack has also presented, then we'll have that plenary session where questions could be thrown in from the plenary. Dr. Ari, that is how we say it here. Please.
Thank you very much.
Clap for him as he comes. Yes. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And thank you, Kenyatta University, especially we, Women Economic Empowerment Program of this university. I'm particularly happy to be invited to speak on the issue of women. And interestingly, as you can see, it is now the men speaking about the women. The women themselves shied away from coming to speak about themselves. So and later they will say they are being marginalized. So that is how it starts in real sense. But let me just kind of introduce myself. Nicholas Ozo. I'm the Executive Director of the African Technology Policy Studies Network, ATPS. ATPS is a transdisciplinary network of researchers, policymakers, civil society actors, and the private sector actors that promote the generation, the dissemination, the use, and mastery of science, technology, and innovation for Africa's development, for environmental sustainability, and global inclusion. We work through national chapters spread across 30 countries, but our headquarters is based here in Nairobi, Kenya, where we also enjoy the diplomatic immunities accorded other UN agencies and international organizations. When I told one of my staff that I was invited to come and speak about women, he asked me, what concerns you with coming to speak about women? I said, but at least you know that ATPS, we run an African-wide program called African Women Forum for Science, Technology, and Innovation, where we particularly encourage women to engage in science, technology, and innovation issues. And that is a big platform that currently I think is headed by a Kenyan who is driving the process. But I want to come a little bit home to the current topic that we are to speak on. I'm not a gender expert. There are many gender experts here. I am more of a techno-policy expert, but of course, policy cut across many spheres. So for me, when I read through this, when I saw the topic given to me to speak on, first of all, I want to thank Kesley for that wonderful exposition about what they do and the work they do, the work of We Prosper. I particularly looked at how, when you talk about enabling environment, how can we enable this women economic empowerment in the formal and informal sectors? From my many years of experience working in the area of empowerment, I was able to identify 4 major drivers that drive women economic empowerment, whether it is in the formal sector or in the informal sector. And I'll be able to touch some of them. The first one is what we call policy and regulations. Policy and regulations. In my organization and in wherever I speak, I usually talk about policy or politics being superior to science. And I have no apologies. I know we are in an university environment where researchers and professors will want to attack me to say, how can I say politics or policy is superior to science? I would defend myself by saying, for instance, if President Uhuru Kenyatta says, for instance, he had identified the Big Four agenda, and he says, I don't want any research or development in the area of genetic modification, for instance, GM development. He doesn't understand it, maybe. He doesn't care about it, maybe. Maybe there are some nuances that have informed him that it causes cancer or whatever. And what we saw here in 2013 under Kibaki regime also. And he says, I don't want any research on genetic modification. I want you to concentrate on the Big Four agenda. And you are a professor of genetic, whatever, engineering, and you want to do some big things in this country. You have no space. You cannot walk because of that pronouncement of the president. So you can see the power of policy. You can see the power of politics. And that's why I put policy as the first driver of women economic empowerment in any nation. The second one is what I call human resource and capacity. Human resource and capacity. I'll come to talk more about that because economic empowerment is directly proportional or directly correlated to capacity of women. If you look at the 3 tiers of economic empowerment of women, you see the Juakalis, those with less than secondary school education struggling on the streets. I saw, the last person that spoke before we went on break, was talking about this category of women who sell mamambogas, who sell stuffs on the vegetables on the street. That is those kind of Juakali. And then the middle class people with secondary school education, certificate, and then the higher level. You see, the higher you go in terms of human capacity, the more empowered you are, even economically. You will know that. So that's why I say the second one is human resource and capacity. The third issue I want to talk about is what we call ecosystems. Ecosystems. In Kesley's presentation, sorry, is it Kesley or Kelsey? The first one. The second one. Kelsey. Good. So in your presentation, you had also brought out some of the issues that I bundled around ecosystems. Because we know, just like innovation, it does not happen in the mainstream. It happens in the interaction of actors working together in an innovation system, in an ecosystem. So we are looking at the linkages, the coordination, the cooperation between women and the other, between the actors around women empowerment, because they cannot do it alone. The last point that drives women economic empowerment is, I purposefully put it at last, is funding. Because you cannot do without money. You cannot do without investment. You cannot do without saying, okay, if you want to empower somebody in the village, they will tell you how much have you given the person? How much are you giving somebody? But money is not, like I said, I purposefully put it at the back because money is not everything. If you give money to someone who is not empowered by education, for instance, he will not be able to leapfrog, to grow fast. But if you give money, the African Union stated that those graduates, for instance, who engage in business have the tendency to grow faster than those who are not graduates. If you see a graduate driver, taxi driver, you immediately see the difference between a graduate taxi driver and somebody who is not a graduate. You come into his car, it is clean, he knows the business he's doing, he welcomes you, he offers you a chat, and before you know it, you even want to take his number and call him again, even if he's an Uber, directly, because he is putting professionalism in his business. So these 4 drivers, if we get them right, the women will be fully empowered. And I'll go back to the issue of policy. Policy, there are many policies already in place in favor of women economic empowerment, even in Kenya, even from the African Union to the EAC to countries in this region. There is even the small-scale enterprise strategy that provides, for Kenya, that provides specific directions and frameworks on how women can strictly be empowered or supported to engage in businesses, different types of businesses. Even in the parliament, we talk about affirmative action, where we say there must be 1/3 of the other gender, and that is for women. But still, we know that implementation of some of these policies have been a problem. Implementation of the policies, and I will give one example. I was one of the assessors for the National Research Fund for the multi-stakeholder grants for Kenya. And in their wisdom, they provided 1/3 of the grant must go to women. 1/3 of the 2/3 can go to everybody, including men and women, but specifically 1/3 should go for women. Women-led, I mean, women-led projects. So, what did we see? What we saw was, of course, in the 2/3 one, a lot of men, like the usual percentage, 80% and more, 70% and more. Then, in the one meant for women, we could still see that in true sense, women were not coming out. What men do is, men go at the back, cook their proposals. After cooking their proposals, they look for who is the woman who they can put to be their head, for the sake of being their head, to draw down that money, because they know that area is a low-hanging fruit. They will still come to you and say, Dr. Mary, we know you are very versatile with this area. We want you to be our PI for this project. And Mary will say, okay, PI, it sounds good, sounds great. But she did not participate in writing it. She did not participate in conceptualizing it. She did not share the budgets and activities. She may have minor role, but she agrees and her name is put and the money is won. And then they come down to drawing table. She said, I'm the PI. They say, cool down. You see, these activities have been shared. These activities are so and so, and they are all men. So who do you blame? I want to ask women here because they are higher in number here. Who do you blame in such circumstance? Is it not the same women that will still come and say, so why not you empower yourself? Why not you stand firm? Let's do what Rwanda is doing in terms of women economic empowerment. From the parliament, from the executive council to the parliament to the county levels, it is all 60% women. 60 and above. 62%. And they are still growing. Anywhere you go to, you find women leading. So what I'm saying is, let's utilize the frameworks that policy have provided and ensure that, because who said there is no policy? There is policy supporting this empowerment, women equality and equity. But let's get them implemented. Human capacity. Let's stop preventing our girl child from going to school. Let's ensure that every girl child has access to formal education, because unless you are empowered at the head there, unless you have that capacity, educational capacity, you may not be economically empowered eventually. Those of you who are here, if you didn't go to school, I bet you wouldn't be here as a woman. But it is because you went to school that you were able to break the jinx of this poverty, and you are at least here, somebody can hear your name. Very important. In terms of ecosystems, let's encourage collaborations. Let's encourage collaborations, because no man is an island, no woman is an island. You must work together with others to get the scale that is needed to even influence policy, to even advocate, like what she's saying in We Prosper. I don't know the composition of We Prosper, but at least I'm very sure that such organizations are usually led by very agile women leaders. We have most of them both in Africa and beyond. Same with funding. At last, we need to begin to walk the talk. If we say we have so and so amount invested for women, let's follow the due diligence and ensure that it is actually the women that get the money and not the voice of Jacob, hand of Esau. You understand what I mean? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ozor. You started very well with the definition and describing the scope of ATPS, which is in molecular biology, that is adenosine triphosphate, and the use and mastery of STI. You started very well. Where you went wrong is when you started talking about policy and regulation superior to science. But I've forgiven you because you are speaking to myself. Actually, the GMO discussion, that's what I do. That's my profession, genetic engineering and genome editing. And it is true that we've got a ban from 2012, and we've been in media all along trying to, and Mary, I suspect, was also touched with that, because we deal with that modern biotechnology a lot more, and it's true, he didn't understand. And I also liked your idea of putting our ladies in front while Joseph is the one back. And that is very interesting, and you could see them all smiling, saying, wow, that is interesting. But I've tried to make that work with Professor Joy Obando here. It has failed. She writes better than many of us. So I've also gave up on that. But the 4 pillars are very drivers, are very good. In terms of policy and regulations, you talked about human resource and capacity, of course, ecosystem and funding, and particularly the deliberate decision by NRF to ensure that at least ladies get the mandatory third. That was good, and now that we know who reviews those proposals, expect a lot more interaction ahead of the call. So thank you so much for that. So that was good. We have appreciated. Without further ado, Jack, please come over and just continue with the right note, not the one, yeah, because. But you will share my karibu sana.
Thank you so much.
A round of applause. Wait.
Okay. Thanks, bro. I'll be careful so that Prof does not also disagree with me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's unfortunate that on the panel, we're only men, but more importantly is that none of us are gender experts. Let me speak of myself. My specialty is on policy advocacy. I work with ActionAid International. I lead advocacy and campaigns, but also I manage a project on women's economic empowerment. I'm glad to be here. This is the first time. I also want to really celebrate Professor Ouda under her leadership, together with Associate Professor Grace, for the wonderful organization in this international conference. Now, I'll start from the broad aspect, then I'll narrow down to the topic of the day. How important is women's economic empowerment? Number one, it's critical for achievement of 3 SDGs. Number one, goal number 5, of gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. The second goal among the Sustainable Development Goals is goal number 8, on promotion of sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, productive employment, decent work for all. And also lastly, goal number 1, how that both men and women have equal rights to economic resources to end poverty in all its forms. So in this broad aspect, women's economic empowerment is a critical discussion and conversation that we must lead. I'll put them in 5 tenets. One of them has really been discussed by my fellow panelists around the revision, adoption, implementation of policies, because we have them all over the world. This conversation is not short of relevant policies. It's more of adoption, revision, and enforcement. Number 2 is tackling and addressing the scourge of unpaid care work and unpaid care and domestic work. The third one is, which I'll speak about, is also on gender-based budgeting, and also gender-responsive public service. I'll also want to talk about women's access to productive resources, including property, financial, digital assets. Then finally is tackling the social norms. Now, let me come down. We were in group, Professor, that was group B, I think so. Yes, room B. And I was just tickling them. I told them that women, the jobs that are associated with them are categorized under 5 C's. These 5 C's, please share with me these. They are in caring, they are in cashiering, they are in cleaning, they are in catering, they are in clerical work. And Dr. Miruka, I think it was Dr. Miruka who was presenting, that even when they are presented with opportunities, they will still prefer these sort of jobs. That one is number 1. Number 2, why are they preferring this? It's unpaid care work. The societal expectation, the gendered work, and also division of labor have made women to prefer works that are either flexible, close to home, but also, more importantly, they also prefer for fewer hours, and therefore they go for some of these jobs as a result of what the society has heaped on them. Another thing that also I wanted to pass across is that most of the gender that are in the informal sector are women. And as ActionAid, I'm a balozi. Balozi means an ambassador, and I'm a balozi of ActionAid. And ActionAid, we are unapologetic that the center of our work is women. So I'll really focus on the women in the informal sector. And what happens in that environment, in the informality of that sector? Number 1, that the environments are hazardous, limited or no social protection at all. The contracts there are so casual and shoddy. And also even the payment is poor. And this has really been brought forth by structural causes. Among them is the structure of the labor market that we know of, access to vocational or also these relevant trainings, but also the gender-based discrimination, either the entry or in the job market, have really confined our women to the informal economy. We were having a conversation with KNBS. KNBS is Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the government arm that deals with statistics, and currently we are in a policy conversation together with the KU Hub and the UON Hub around formulating a national policy on unpaid care and domestic work. And the current activity that is ongoing is that is led by the KNBS, is on determining the time use surveys, how women actually spend their time in a 24-hour time frame. How do they spend their time? And how does the work that they really commit at home for care contributing to the GDP? So it's a law conversation that's currently happening. And as I told you, I'm an advocate for my organization. We speak so well about women, and we work with women all through. We have come with 4 R's. I know they have been thrown here around, either with Kelsey and also earlier presenters. The first one is recognition. And what do I mean by recognition? How do we fund this Bureau of Statistics to come up with really time use surveys, how people really apportion time to do work at the household level, but also really now input the monetary value to the GDP. The second R is reduction. We know that either such of services or such of basic infrastructure cause time poverty for women more than men. I saw in the presentation when I entered here in the morning, though I came late, or that close to even 8 hours women spend on childcare, while men spend barely 1 hour on the same. So when women spend more time looking for resources, especially the rural women, who are either in Kadem or in Machakos there, the amount of time they spend looking for clean sources of maybe water, vis-a-vis when you provide that water close to them, then the time saved will be used to do other productive economic interventions. The second one is also still under reduction. How do we make sure that our the public services are gender responsive, so that the time spent actually in assessing such services through ICT will really save them enough will ease the time burdens that they have. The third one I want to raise because I have a relatively big conversation. I'll give you my contacts for a more detailed paper if you need me. The third one is redistribution. We know that the gender norms have really heaped the burden of women in terms of care work. So how do we make sure that this work at the household level is redistributed among the family members? And for example, I know KU University is working around the creches. How can we use this to make sure that the childcare services are either funded by the government exclusively, or the government really provide incentives to the private providers? The last one is representation. I just want to take from what Dr. has shared, that in these decision-making spaces, how many women actually are there? How many of them are there and meaningfully engaged in those decision-making spaces? So we push forward. Like now we are having elections, and you please, Kenyans who are here who are going to vote, please prioritize to ensure that more women are in these spaces. So in the time of the decision-making and policy-making, your voices are clearly heard and defended into such spaces. Now, also the gender-responsive budgeting. The gender-responsive budgeting, it does not mean that we have a woman and a man's budget, but it entails more of gender-differentiated impact of budgets, and also the process of adjusting budgetary decision in accordance to the needs and the priorities of women and men. So how do we push forward? Thank you so much, Prof. How do we push forward that we have currently now our budget cycle is just about to happen? That on those spaces are budget-making cycles, that women are more empowered to push for more allocation and funding in those sectors that impacts on their work. In this way, we are going to address and also tame the animal of unpaid care work that has really made more women to be at the informal sector rather than being in the formal sector where their rights are more protected. I also want to, in my next 3 minutes, among the areas that we feel are the best opportunities that we can work to enhance women's thriving or the enabling environment in regards to this conversation. Number one is in the climate change, and Prof, I thank you for bringing out this. COP27 is happening in the near future. How are we prepared for that? Who bears the greatest brand whenever there's climate change? It's the women and children. But sadly, they are the people who are always involved either in doing the forestry, the water pathways, but when it comes to the policy making, they are totally left behind. How do we enhance that in such conversations? Women are there. Number two is about the employment, access to market-relevant skills. Market-relevant skills. The ICT, e-commerce is taking shape. Where are our women? The digital divide has really been brought forth, that in a scale of 10, compared to men, women lag really behind. Some studies put it up to 30%, while men are 55 to 60%. Where are women in this? The blue economy is also another potential area. The blue economy are the high seas. How have we impacted on our women to really participate in such sectors? Another one is about the mining. The mining being cost-intensive and also technologically intensive. How do we really suffice our women to be in such conversations? Then finally is affirmative action funds. We really want our women to thrive in the entrepreneurship. But now, we know that capital is the critical call, is a critical component in such a conversation or endeavor. I'll surprise you that when we are having conversations with the State Department for Gender, out of 100% disbursements that are given through affirmative action funds, only 45 to 50% are utilized. The rest return to the treasury. So sad. I'm looking forward to Professor Waudo, with Professor Grace, for your leadership, to make sure what really works to enhance women to uptake affirmative action funds. We have skilled them, yes. Actually, I was reading one of the policy briefs from the University of Nairobi, and the KIOP, was it? No, it was for KU. That access to, they were trained, but they were not linked to some of these funds. Now, how do we move forward to even advise the government? We here now, we are speaking to the evidence generators. What will really work that besides the availing of these funds, we really make it upon our women to be proactive to actually utilize this. Finally, I really want to end my short speech, Prof, while you come, is about, there's a saying that I always share. It was told by Professor Obama when he was here. By that time, I was just nearly completing my undergrad, though I have white beards. And when Professor Besa was saying that a team, no matter how better it is, if it's half team, then even a poor team will defeat it. So how are we going to win this war of 2030, Vision 2030, Agenda 2063 of AU, if our women are left behind. It is between you in your space and in my space to make sure that women are brought to that level, given equal and equitable access to resources, to education, are empowered through entrepreneurship to really participate in the economy. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Jack. And you agree with me that indeed we are having a very interesting afternoon. Thanks, Jack. That was very good. Particularly, the bit that touched me was on the seas, that women are confined to certain jobs in the informal sector. Cleaning, you're talking about cashiering, clerical work. That is disheartening, really. And it speaks to the initial discussion that we were saying, that is there an attitude towards the job bit of it. So you've touched on that. I liked the bit around the how do you then create a policy, particularly with KNBS, in terms of quantifying the time the women take, even when they are at home. That is really very critical. And probably it's important to know that I sit in the board of KNBS. And therefore, it would be very nice to pick it at the oversight level, because indeed this is how policies, and it's part of the we, and that would really be a very good thing. And probably to extend it to quantifying even that, because as we work as male, as our ladies are at home, that we contribute to the common pool, there is a percentage that rightfully should go to this lady that was taking care of the kids because you're going to work. But that's a very interesting discussion that can really go on and on and on. Your R's are good, particularly on how that speaks to what's the thematic area today. But again, in terms of the opportunities, I think you've done justice in terms of looking at where is our places in commerce, in mining, and of course in the blue economy. Thank you so much. We are privileged. I know the two panelists, the male panelists, who are just talking about males. We are privileged to have a lady representing Betty from the commission, and therefore she's online. Her name is Josephine Kagushia. She will be actually talking to us onlinely. May I then request the team on the other side to see whether we can start conversing with her? Josephine, can you hear us? I'm getting the signal from the back as well, so. Yeah, we have to stop these men from thinking that they can talk alone on behalf of women. Please make it work. Make it work. I'm willing to call her on phone and put the speaker here. It works as well. Oh no. Well, I'm guided that I will be signaled as soon as she comes forth. Grace, do you have a different? Of course, yeah. All right, so when she comes, we will stop everyone and listen to her. That is understandable. Thank you so much. Give this gentleman a very good round of applause. Thank you. And with your permission, Kelsey, would you then join the team so that we can get questions? And you can also respond to the questions. Yeah. All right, now then, there must be a roaming mic somewhere. You have had the afternoon discussion. Could we then throw in some very good questions so that we can have a very invigorating afternoon? Please introduce yourself, your name, and probably the organization you work for. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Abraham Maruta. I come from Tharaka Nithi County. And I'm also a researcher, and we have a project and partnership that we are doing with KU, and we have an MOU that we are implementing. Actually, we are taking Tharaka Nithi as an experiment area or so many other things. We have given them a door and opened that door to them. I like Nicholas. Thank you for the highlight that you give, and also what Jack, my friend, has given. I just wanted to have an addition of the thinking with the direction they are taking. And I want to have this addition in the areas of understanding our Kenyan setup. I'm in the administration, at the same time in the policy docket. If you want to call me, you can call me Waziri at the county level.
Oh, yeah.
I want to give you an highlight on exactly what works in this country. Sometimes when you become a scholar, you are detached on what government works on. I want to tell you, when you want to get resources from the government, you just can't wake up today and write a proposal to them and say they will fund. They will not. But they will not tell you what I'm going to tell you today. At the national level, please differentiate what we call political statements. Political statement, let it be made by any executive. Just try to follow up with offices and differentiate the political statements. There is also what we call executive orders. Executive orders are followed with a certain write-up. Then there's also what we call policy or law-guided implementation processes, which you can call them MTP, whatever. This is now under policy, and this is what you can utilize. So sometimes we make a misconception when certain senior person make a political statement and they think that that thing can work. It will not see the light of the day, like what Dr. you were saying in our session there. As somebody said 9 billion is there for what? That cannot see the light of the day. I have a government officer here who cannot want to say whatever I'm saying now. So in short, what I wanted to tell you is there are two divines, very serious divines, that are preparing to take leadership of this country by 9th of August. Please, the scholars, get to know the interests of that person who will get into that position. You can start talking of many things, but it's not within the interest of that person. So it will never see the light of the day. So even when we are pushing for certain policies, I want to tell you, like we agitated for female genital mutilation policy, all back almost 30 years down the line. And it is the current president who came to make it pass. It was intentional. It was not by accident. So by the end of the day, if we want to make changes within our community today, let us also try to study what is the interest of this CEO. What is it that he's talking about? Look at even the manifesto. And even their manifesto that they unveiled the other day, there is what interests that person most. And you realize he or she and talked about it so much, repeatedly. That is where you can get something from, if you budget around that line. This is what I wanted to tell you, and it's very important to note this as scholars. And finally, interacting with us at the government level, don't start drafting policy somewhere within an institution and they now come with a paper saying that that policy will see the light. Lobby for somebody within the system, put that person in the group of developing that policy, and he or she becomes the champion of forwarding that policy for you, and it will pass within a very short time. But when you start here and start saying, I'm Professor so-and-so, I'm Dr. so-and-so, this is the policy I see can work for the government, that is yours. It will remain in the cell for 5 years. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to have.
I am not liking this, Waziri. at all. Thank you so much, Waziri Abraham. That's true. And we will be watching you very closely to unpack for us the other two.
Thank you. I want to echo what
Waziri Abraham
Mheshimiwa has said and inform Jack and Bonazo that on paper we are very, very good. In practice, ask the women. Don't give medicine to women. Women know. And women have tried to access the 30% allocation fund, TEDA fund. They have tried to allocate the Women Enterprise Fund, the WEF. And if you ask the women in the field, educated women, I'm not talking about the women who do not know how to write a proposal. I'm talking about the women who have written proposals, who have followed because they know there is a 30% that women should access easily, as we assume, or when we stand in the podium of academic and political areas. We study there and say there is this. Women, you are not taking part of it. A lot of it is being returned to the treasury. Yes, and it will continue to be. One reason, and Jack probably may know these people seated here, corruption in Kenya. To access that fund, you have to have somebody who will take 10% of it. If you're not willing to be held by Mheshimiwa, and I'm not talking to you as one of them, but Mheshimiwa will introduce you to the tender person or tender committee, and that tender committee, he will put a sweet word, but that sweet word will cost the woman a percentage. That is not the problem, because by the time the woman knows that percentage, she will have been taken circles and circles. Because we go innocent. We think, yeah, there is this money for women. All I need is a proposal. All I need is to be a woman. All I need is to be educated. All I need is to give my breakdown. But that is not true. Ask the women in the field. Ask the business women. You hear their stories. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Those are comments. I think you can pick these other two, and then we get to the panelists. Dr. Simon.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Okumba Miruka. I'm in the informal sector, I think. Now that we are talking about the formal and informal. I'm a self-employed consultant, but I'm here in my capacity as one of the researchers in the KU WeHub under the SGBV team. I want to start from where Dr. Wanjama left it, that there have been studies that have evaluated those affirmative funds. I know one was done by TISA, the Institute for Social Accountability. There's another one that was done by UN Women, which is trying to address that issue of why is there low uptake of the affirmative funds. There's some work I'm also doing with the private sector, not private sector, but actually public sector. And one of the issues there is the procurement. Women's, again, low participation in the procurement sector. And the things that are coming out are, you come up with a good thing like affirmative funds, then you over-bureaucratize it. The procedures are just impossible. The requirements cannot be met by your ordinary men, or even your ordinary women, or even men, because there's also a lot of cartelism in supplies and procurement. So the history is entrenched there. It is masculinized. It is, it's ghettoed, it's ring-fenced. So it's very, very difficult to come through. Corruption, she has said it. That corruption also manifests through sexual extortion. That for women to get those whatever tenders, they have to be compromised sexually. That there was even a big article about that in public procurement, system. These are things that, are not are not amplified, but people know that they actually, happen. The third thing is about capacity. Not all those women who should apply and go for these things have the capacity. One of the things they don't have is, those documents are bulky. They are written in technical language, which is difficult to digest. It takes forever to fill in those forms. So all these things combine to defeat these kinds of things. So there really needs to be a simplification and a total new approach towards the affirmative action funds. My second point is about, I think, attitude. I've always wondered this formal-informal sector thing. This dichotomization, to me, is artificial, it is useless, and it is stigmatizing. Because from the gender field, then you hear that when we are talking about women's economic empowerment activities, it's usually called income-generating activities. You diminish its significance. It's not a business venture. It's not economic empowerment, it's income-generating. When you talk about petty traders, you're talking about mama mboga. But I see also a lot of men who are selling tomatoes and onions and vegetables. Why are they not called baba mbogas? We talk about grassroots women. It was mentioned here in the morning. And you wonder, are there also grassroots men? Then, we talk about, when you think about small scale, what comes to your mind? So from a linguistic perspective, we always have what we call the signifier and the signified. So this signified is really what I'm talking about, that the kind of language that we use also diminish our value. So as scholars and as activists, I think we must start changing this narrative so that we destigmatize and make people reclaim, their worth. Thank you.
All right, I think I'll pick one last one from the back there, and of course we are now minding on time. Luckily, they are all statements. I'll just get back to the team just to pick your parting shots. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm Dr. Catherine Laura Mamuli from Kibabi University. I'm just here to assure us that the women are out of the kitchen and bedroom. They are now in the boardroom. And as we are here, the challenges we are getting as researchers, Dr. Ozo, are that they are subtle in a way. Where men are sitting and constituting the research committees, sometimes the location and the position in which they are in, it makes us, the women, to turn back. And sometimes they want to use our names so that they get those particular funds, but it's not because we are not interested. It's because getting a team of like-minded people sometimes become a huge challenge for us. And then for Mr. Odiwa, is it Odiwa? Now, policy formulation is a great thing for all of us, but what happens to implementation? Because you realize that most of the policy documents are just gathering dust. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll stop at that point and get back to the panelists. You've heard the comments from the questions from the floor, and many of them, like I said earlier, are statements. Probably there is only a direct comment that Bwana Jack can unpack from Dr. Catherine, if any. And then, of course, I'll give you then some 2 minutes to just your parting shot and looking into the other areas that haven't been probably touched on here. If you're able to do that, that we'll appreciate. We can start with you, Jack.
Thanks so much, Prof. And I trust your health. So now, sadly, Abraham has left the CC. CC, what he just packaged here is a dissemination strategy. And dissemination strategy even starts by the time we are really developing our research strategy going to the field, that the involvement of the policymakers is as critical as even disseminating or producing the policy tool. Why am I saying this? Whenever you involve them, you are creating space for ownership. And even to come to you, Madam Daktari from Kabianga, Kibabi, whenever we involve them at that stage where we're going to data collection, data synthesis, when it comes to now dissemination, they are already in the know. Negotiations have happened. Even implementation becomes easier with them. That one is number one. Number two, also, whenever you are collecting this data, it's important that the voices of these women collectives, actually we don't call them grassroots women, we call them women at the community level. Whenever you are involving them from that process, even collection of data, you are more of capacity building them on what the scope of the policies, definition of the policies, what you really want to achieve. So with them, you are empowering them to even support you in the accountability framework. There's nothing that the government fears as a united Mwananchi. So once you are working with them through these stages, the policymaker is also involved, so your work is made easier from that angle. But I'm available for further conversations, how you can improve on that. But also lastly, what I wanted to say is about, yes, we are not short of policies, but there's no sustained way to change than a policy work. So how do we make sure that all our endeavors for change are grounded into a policy? That is something that now we look forward to. Professor Oudo, allow me just refer to you, and also Dr. Mwada and all the KU team, that how do you, not only evidence, but evidence on what works, even in these affirmative action funds. What really works? Yes, Dr. Miruka, you have already identified the bottlenecks. Now, could you now propose solutions? The government will really be happy. I know Prof who sits at the KNBS would really be happy to read a document on what works, not on the problems. One of the reasons why even the advocacy has really been frustrated is because the evidence that is produced there is about the problem, but not the solution. So we must work with a solution in mind when engaging the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for him. Dr. Ozo, your parting shot, please.
Thank you very much. I think I'll take it up from where my colleague dropped, which is what works. And I'll start with an example of what worked. In 2013, the Kenyan government wanted to pass the STI policy. After they had passed the STI Act that created NRF, NACOSTI, and Kenya. And that policy, incidentally, they sent the document to me to review. After reviewing it, it was a 34-page document. And in that 34-page document, that is the STI policy of Kenya. So it's something that we will all key into. After reviewing the document, I found out that the word women was mentioned twice. And that was as in giving example, women, gender, youth, vulnerable, you know. And the word gender was also mentioned, I think, 3 times. So I raised the red flag to the overseeing body, that was NACOSTI. And in conjunction with UNESCO, I was commissioned to organize a convening and rewrite gender mainstreaming into the STI policy of Kenya. So it took me 2 years to do consultations, convenings, interactions with key stakeholders to hear your voices. It's not that I cannot sit down and write it in 1 hour, but there were convenings, there were consultations, and that brings me to the point of the issue of sensitization and advocacy. We need to sensitize ourselves. We need to talk. Let's not lose hope. We need to continue to talk about this thing. And after the sensitization, after the convening, after all those, we developed a policy brief, which now the NACOSTI they've used they just copied and pasted our gender strategy, our gender statement, and strategies for achieving gender mainstreaming into the STI policy of Kenya, and posted it in the current STI policy document for Kenya. So we need to talk, we need to convene, we need to sensitize others about what we want, what works. We need to tell others that this thing is working. We need to blow our own trumpet, because sometimes we don't blow our trumpet and we don't know what others are doing. So sensitization and advocacy is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zoe. Then allow me to call Kelsey to also for a parting shot.
Thank you. I'll keep it very brief. I mean, I agree very much with many of your comments. It's so important to contextualize every policy recommendation that we're making and make sure that it's actually going to help different subsets and different intersecting groups of people. Bring in that lived experience. Bring in those voices of actual people and how these policies are going to affect their lives. What do women actually want? What do they actually think about these proposed solutions? What are the solutions that they want implemented? And the importance of language. You know, we talk about formal and informal workers. Do the formal and informal workers know that that's what they're called, and do they like that terminology? And finally, I think just considering, again, the reality of the situation when we're talking about policy, not just thinking about the policy, but what it looks like in practice. All of these things are so important. So I'll just close this session by a little bit of a call to action for all of you. Number one, help us, the advocates, the policy people, the wonks, to bridge this divide from, you know, the women in the field, as you say, to those policymakers, especially from the local to the global, because right now, you know, a lot of times you just don't see that connection when you see the world leaders, mostly white men, sitting up there talking at the G7 or the G20. They aren't bringing in those lived experiences. They don't know what's going on. And I think you all can help us to make that connection. And number two, when we're thinking about the problem, when we're doing research and enlightening the issues, be more solution-oriented. Work with advocates to translate that evidence so that we can take all of your very critical and hard-hitting research and tell policymakers what to do with it. That's all. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. I'm being guided that we have one, at least a lady. I'm looking forward to that. Tabitha Nyambura, whom is online and would want to talk to us just for 2-3 minutes from the Commission of National Commission on Gender and Development. Tabitha, can you hear us? This one must work. Tabitha must be here.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Tabitha, how are you?
Sorry, this is not Tabitha, but Josephine.
Oh, Josephine. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
sorry for that.
Um,
So I was having challenges, but now I'm back. Sorry for that.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes,
Are you able to hear me yourself?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much for that. We are happy to have you here, and we had panelists who have already unpacked several areas, but we are also privileged to have you on board. Could you, in 2-3 minutes, just unpack for us your thought on this area of creating an enabling environment for we in informal and formal sector? 2-3 minutes, please.
Okay, so all right, thank you. And sorry if I repeat, because I was not able to hear what the previous speaker said. But I'll start by saying that Kenya, being a patriarchal society, we have a lot of power and resources that are concentrated in the hands of men. So a lot of women economic empowerment definitely will have to come from the other side of the men. So gender inequality then is still a reality with us, and it leads to a lot of oppression against women. And we know that there is no society that can advance if we leave more than half of the population behind. So in Kenya, we have had various elements of promoting women economic empowerment, starting with the gains that we got in the 2010 Constitution, where we have had now women issues being at the center stage. And apart from having the women issues such as participation in decision-making, the Constitution itself brought devolution to us. And it is from this devolution that we've been able to have, at least in the county, 47 county assemblies, we have had good gender representation, where we have met the principle of the not more than 2/3 gender principle in all our county assemblies. And that is one of the ways that we can uplift the women from the counties, from the wards. So basically the Constitution, which has given us that gain. Kenya has also put in a supportive legal framework, so to complement that which is in the Constitution, including the Marriage Act of 2014, still being aimed at empowering women. Again, Matrimonial Property Act of 2013, among many other acts, including the prohibition of female genital mutilation, because we know that practice in Kenya goes hand in hand with the issues to do with disempowering women and girls. So most of our practicing communities, once a girl is married, is cut off, then she's supposed to be married off. So having that legislation in place to prohibit this practice, harmful practice, then in itself is aimed at empowering women. We apart from the laws, including the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act, we have also had the Basic Education Act that promotes education to both boys and girls, which provides for free and compulsory basic education. So cutting across all these. And apart from our legislative, the legal framework, Kenya has also put in institutional mechanisms, one being where we are at, that is the National Gender and Equality Commission, which has the mandate to promote gender equality and freedom from discrimination for all persons in Kenya, but also looking at the special interest groups. And these special interest groups include women. And we know women are not homogeneous. They are youthful women who are between age 18 and age 35. They are also older women. We also have women with disabilities, and we also have the girls, the children. So basically looking at their needs, they will be very, very different. So how do we start empowering these girls to grow towards being women who will be empowered? And with that, we have had, and I know someone was speaking about the affirmative action funds. Yes, we are also looking at other programs and policies, including the access to government procurement opportunities, where all government tenders in our institutions are required to be set aside for 30% should go to women, youth, and persons with disabilities. So from this, it is also another way of empowering women economically. We also have the Women Enterprise Fund. We also have the Uwezo Fund, all those affirmative action funds, including the National Government Affirmative Action Fund itself, where it is even run by women representatives that we have in the Assembly, courtesy of the 2010 Constitution. So apart from the National Gender and Equality Commission, we also have the State Department for Gender under the Ministry of Public Service, Gender, and also Senior Citizens. So with its own mandate to institutionalize gender mainstreaming in ministries, departments, and agencies, and also to promote the development and review of gender policies. So we also have other institutions that are aimed at empowering women as well, including the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. And in this electioneering process that we are in, we are very happy as a commission, but at the same time, we are having some challenges because it is from the ruling of the court that requires that all those political parties that are going to confront candidates for elections come this August, they must have met the not more than 2/3 gender principle in the list that they will be submitting to IEBC. That has been enforced, although we got a setback where 2 political parties went to court and they were given their request by the court that they needed not to comply with that principle. But regardless, or nevertheless, more than 80 political parties had complied with that principle. So we are looking forward to having more women participating in the political sphere, both from the county assemblies to the Senate, where we had 3 women only, to all the other offices. And apart from what the government is doing, we also have other institutions, including the civil society organizations, the private sector, they are all, the religious sector, they are all doing something to promote issues to do with women economic empowerment.
Thank you.
And thank you so much. Sorry for taking more time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josephine, for unpacking very critical aspects, and particularly on the efforts of the government in terms of the legal framework that the government has put in place. You've also highlighted on the institutions that are legally constituted, including your commission that speaks to the desires of women empowerment. Of course, you've talked about funding, the Uwezo funds, and many others, and more importantly, women in politics, and lastly, on the civil societies that also equally speak to this particular thematic area. Thank you so much for breaking the monotony and representing the National Commission on Gender and Development. Asante sana. We are short on time, and for that reason, I may not give a comprehensive summary of the session, other than saying that indeed we have seen that there are organizations that speak to this thematic area. Kelsey certainly gave us the history around the We Prosper, and with very many strategies, including very critical approaches that they are using. We have also had a lot more around the ATPS by our able speaker, Nicholas, Dr. Nicholas Ozo, and particularly on the drivers of the We. And thank you for unpacking that. We've had Jack Odiwa from Action Aid, also speaking a lot more around the attitudes, around the desires of particular jobs that are specific for women, talked about the opportunities and the emerging trends as they unfold, and of course, looking into how some policies can be put in place that will speak to this thematic area. Then Josephine has just highlighted the 5 areas that I've already talked about. And from the panel, we had our Waziri here who actually said one very important thing, that even as we lobby for policies, we need to start lobbying internally with the right contact persons so that they are implemented. We've also talked about corruption from the audience. And of course, there is that bit around horizontal acrobatics from men for women to get a bit more of these well-deserved opportunities. We have also been told around The bureaucracies, yes, the policies are there, but sometimes getting that amount requires, there are a lot of bureaucracies that again almost make it impossible to secure. Also other areas around the attitude and stigmatization of particular forms, and even the categorization of formal and informal in itself is very interesting, because then you have already created diversity on this. And of course, Catherine summarized for us from Kibabii as well on other areas that seek really very important that attention. Allow me then, in a special way, then to ask you all to put your hands together for our able panelists. Asanteni sana. Without further ado, then I'll take back this mic to... Thank you. The panelists have requested for a group photo just for their archival reasons, so please, the camera person, just pick it as she guides us.
Oh, okay. I hope the group photo is not taking the sound. Yeah. Yeah, concentrate on my voice, not on the photo. Yeah, I want to say that, first of all, I want to apologize most sincerely to the people who have not still presented their papers. I know the anxiety is building up, but you don't have to worry so much, because you'll still be here to listen to you. My next degree will be on time management. So now, we are going to session 5, and the last session on the creating an enabling environment. We want to hear what researches have been going on this, and this is now the time for further engagement on data presentation. We are having a few papers, and the energizer that we are going to have is to have breakaway rooms. This time we are only going to break into 2 rooms. Room A will still stay here, and we are going to go to room B for group 2. So listen to me carefully so that you may know which paper goes where. On your program, Dr. Sarah Yegon from ICRW will remain here, A1. That's the paper we are having. Philip Wabua will be A2, will be paper also here. And Professor Wawile, your paper will also be here. And the final paper, we will have 4 for that, is Dr. Gabriela Heidegg. Gabriela is online. She will also be here, those 4 papers. In room 2, we shall have Alice Wabura Kagwongo, paper B1. B2 will be Julia Otieno. That is the second paper in B2. And the third paper will be from Daniel Goge and Catherine Dungo's paper, B3. And the B4 is Dami Jatani from the Institute of Economic Affairs. If there is any other paper that is scheduled here, and I have not read you need to see me, because I was checking on the people who are there. Should you be online and you are ready to present and we are not aware, please also communicate that to us. Let's see, 4 papers can take 1 hour, isn't it? Yes. Maximum 1 hour. Please. Room 1 shall be moderated by Dr. Christopher Kiforo. Christopher, he's from Chuka University, one of our partners, and Dr. Christine Jogona. No, Christine is not here. I'll get you a rapporteur. And the next room, B, will be by Teresa Mwoma. Teresa, you are there. And James Oditi, you'll be taking the rapporteuring in that room. Is Miriam Duo in the room? Yes, Miriam Duo, you cross over to this room and do the rapporteur for room A. With those very many remarks, those who have to remain here, I realized in the morning everybody remained here. Please, walk around. Yeah, this is a number divisible by 2, half. And thank you so much, everyone, and our panelists.
Hello, those who are going away after the session, you come back here. We have the crossing ceremony, please. After you come back here.
Yes, good evening. Good evening. It's afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, I suggest to those who are remaining here, we settle down so that we get started. My name is Dr. Christopher Kiboro, as you heard. I'm from Chuka University. And it has been indicating that we are short on time, so I think it's good that we get started immediately. Just by show of hands, let me know whether the presenters are with us. Duta Sarah? Yeah. Oh, she's online? Oh, great. Okay, so we'll start with you. Then the other presenter is Dr. Philip Wambua. Great. Then we have Professor Nelson Wawire. Professor Nelson? Sorry, you are co-presenting with someone? Okay, nice. Okay, I'm told there's another paper that was omitted, Terry Kigondo, so will be included and will be part of this group. We also have Dr. Gabriela Heidegg. I think she'll be presenting online. Yeah,
Yes, I am here.
Yeah, great. We'll accord you your opportunity to present. You'll be, let me check, you'll be 1, 2, 3. You'll be the last presenter. So, I'm going to give each one of you 10 minutes. As you know, we have quite a number of papers, 10 minutes, and then I think what we do, we first give the presenters the opportunity to make their presentations. You can write down the questions, and then we can ask them the questions. Or if you have a comment, you can make your comment after everyone has presented. Are we in agreement? Thank you very much. So at this juncture, I would want to invite Dr. Sarah and Yegon to make a presentation on barriers and opportunities for gender and sexual reproductive health and rights services in Kenya's manufacturing sector. Welcome, Dr.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Nduta. I work as a gender and health specialist at the International Center for Research on Women. And I'm delighted this afternoon to present findings from a research that we did where we're looking at the intersections for women economic empowerment and entry, stay, and retention among women within the manufacturing sector. So for today, our presentation is titled Barriers and Opportunities for Gendered SRHR Services within the manufacturing sector. And as a way of background, we know that many women and girls face significant barriers for accessing sexual reproductive health services within the settings where they are, whether it's at the workplace and even beyond. And we know that there are dynamic sexual reproductive health services that they need, which include, family planning, early, menstrual hygiene. We have gender-based violence. We have abortion, and they are diverse. And these are needs that women and girls face on a daily basis. But we also know that the inability to access these services could become a hindrance to their opportunities with regards to engaging on economic activities or even continuing on their different livelihoods and basically their well-being. So this study, we situated it within the manufacturing sector. And as we know, the manufacturing sector is a very important sector within our country. We know that our Big Four agenda, one of the key pillars was about manufacturing. And as we are seeing the presidential aspirants, all of them are alluding to what they would want to do within the manufacturing sector because it's a critical area with regards to impacting on our GDP and on our economy. But then, whereas we are so many as women, more than half of the Kenyan population, but then within the manufacturing sector, the women who are within that sector are only 17%. And the numbers dwindle even as you go across the various subsectors. For example, for women who are doing engineering or who are within the subsector for engineering, I think they are around only 6%. We wanted to understand what are these issues that make women not to engage in certain subsectors, especially the non-traditional subsectors like manufacturing. We know that there are indications from research with regards to some of the barriers that could be impacting their inability to participate, which include the requirements for the manufacturing sector, because we know it's a heavy industry, and we know that more men participate within it based on the requirements for the work that is situated there. So the lack of skill set, the lack of proper education, the technical skills to be able to participate contributes to the inability for many women to participate within that sector. So there has been very little research and programming that has been done that would let us know what is the intersection between women's entry, stay, and retention within the manufacturing sector, and also the ability to stay there and also focus on their sexual reproductive health services. So this particular study, we did it to basically begin to answer some of those questions. What is required for companies, for workplaces, to support women with their sexual reproductive health services, and to enable them to continue engaging within a sector like manufacturing. And we also know the impact of gender norms. I think a lot has been said about it. I won't repeat. This study is guided by 3 key objectives. The first one is that we wanted to understand what are the pathways through which sexual reproductive health services influence my ability to enter within the manufacturing industry, to be able to be productive, to grow through the ranks, and to take up any role that I would want to as a woman. What are the barriers and opportunities for positive sexual reproductive health outcomes and to enable me as a woman to continuously be economic independent, to be economic sufficient? What are the policy and practice options that we can recommend to address the intersecting economic and sexual reproductive health challenges for women within the manufacturing sector? So for the purposes of today's presentation, I will focus more on our objective number 2 and parts of objective number 3. With regards to the methodology, this was a mixed method study. We conducted data in 3 counties, in Nairobi, in Kiambu, and in Nakuru. These study sites were purposely selected because we were targeting manufacturing firms that are heavy with regards to women participation. So we targeted the flower farms, the horticultural subsector. We did interviews with women within the agro-processing sector and also the textile sector. With regards to the methods, we did both virtual and in-person interviews. We had focus group discussions, we had in-depth interviews, we had key informant interviews, and we also did an extensive desk review of company human resource policies. Basically, we wanted to know what are the provisions within the workplace that would support a woman who is working within that workplace, to be able to achieve or to receive sexual reproductive health services and information. We had our protocols approved appropriately, and now let's go straight into the findings. Allow me to skip this in the interest of time. So we looked at the policies, company policies, and my apologies, this is not so clear. But our findings showed that despite our very vast legislative framework as a country with regards to sexual reproductive health services and with regards to manufacturing and support for women, the policies that were there were very minimal, and they did little to support the women who are within the manufacturing sector. So 9 out of the 13 policies that we looked at, did not have provisions that would support women. So they were mainly gender blind. The policies were largely silent on issues of women, issues that, provisions that would support women to be able to access sexual and reproductive health services. And mostly, and most important, the women are actually unaware of the existence of these policies. So when we spoke to the human resource managers, they would say we have policy X, policy Y, it speaks on ABCD, but then the women were unaware of these provisions. So in a way, we felt that these policies, despite their existence, they were mainly on the books, they were not being implemented, and the women were not benefiting from them. The policies also largely, as we all know, women within the manufacturing firm are largely on the lower scale. So mostly with regards to their employment terms, they would do the casual daily sort of work and not so much on the permanent employment, especially within the flower farm settings and also within the textile industry. And they're also on very short-term contracts of 6 months, 9 months, so it's not long-term. So the companies did not put in place measures for them to access some of the benefits that permanent staff would want. For example, maternity leave. So women who are largely on contract would be terminated at month 6 of pregnancy with the opportunity to reapply after their maternity and after they take care of their baby for a couple of months. So the policies were mainly for those who were, permanently employed. The management that we spoke to mainly alluded to the fact that women are expensive. So we have many needs as women. So we would want, different types of leave. One, the maternity leave that takes 90 days. We would want sick leaves that are, when you're pregnant, you'd want to go to antenatal. Post-pregnancy, you would also still want to go to postnatal. And throughout the maternity leave, there are certain complications that would come up that would require you to be away. There are also women who have issues when they are on their menstruation and they require time off. Women have the unpaid care burden, taking care of the kids, the sick, the family. So they would keep on asking for leave. So they felt they were expensive because the absenteeism, and you're looking at a manufacturing company that's looking, the end game for them is to obtain profits. So when a staff member is away, especially for the textile industry, where they have different specialities. So if you have been booked in to do a certain level for a garment, and it cannot be completed because you're absent, then it means that order cannot be completed in time. So they're looking at it in terms of their ability to be also able to earn more. Women reported lots of sexual harassment from male supervisors, and the policy provisions, some had indications to, support disciplinary action around that. But then women reported that, the burden of proof lied with them. So they had to really prove that they were actually sexually harassed. And most of the time, the cases would just go. Of course, they alluded to the unfriendly work environment. They would want to, rooms for lactation. They would want menstruation bins and all that, but these were not available. So we analyzed women in form of a system. So in our analysis, we came up with this diagram that represents the ecological model. So analyzing women within the manufacturing sector at 3 different levels. So we have the micro level that represents the interpersonal and social factors, and the meso level and the macro level. So, and as you can see, we have as many barriers as we have for policy, for opportunities. And these barriers at the different levels, for example, the women, some of them said they wouldn't want to report the manager because then they do not know what would happen post that. Would they lose their job? That would mean they would lose their livelihood. The social cultural norms with regards to even wanting to, take up the next training for them to be able to be able to go to the next level. And also at the organizational level, the policy gaps, the unfriendly work environment, and there is a lot that can be done by the organizations, especially developing, more gender transformative policies that are properly implemented and disseminated to staff. At the very top level policy, the lack of guidelines for policy implementation. We have the national policies, but then how do we domesticate them within certain types of workplaces? We have the Employment Act of Kenya that stipulates that companies should adopt, I think, when there are employees of up to 20 and beyond. But then what does that mean for those companies that have less than 20 employees? And the labor unions, we've seen them very actively speaking about, political things and other macro level issues. But then how can they come in to support issues of sexual reproductive health services for women within the workplace settings? So these are some of the quotes that we were able to come up with. That we collected from the participants. And in terms of our recommendations, I'm finalizing. We recommend that, sexual reproductive health information and services are available at workplaces. We've seen some organizations that have been able to, even like the models for lactation. We have the Safaricom model. We have what the Tharaka Nithi County project is testing. So how can we be able to domesticate such kind of interventions within the manufacturing plants? Or even near the manufacturing plants. Also, what gender investment...
I'm sorry, I have to cut you short. I wish I could extend your time, but please bear with us so that others can have the opportunity to present.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your elaborate presentation, quite enriching, with very good findings. However, I know the time is not enough, but you can share the slides. Thank you. Now, the next presenter, excuse me, can I have this? The next presenter is Dr. Philip Wambua. Dr. Philip is going to present on entrepreneurial gender factor in the self-employment success in Kitui County, Kenya. Yeah, welcome, Dr. And kindly, let's keep it to 10 minutes, please, 10 minutes. When I rise up, just know that you have less than a minute to conclude your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kiboro and fellow participants. That is my topic. I'm going to rush it through it because already you have the paper itself is there. And of course, I have also edited them as I was sitting there. So this is the topic, and ideally, when we talk about gender entrepreneurial, we are looking at it from the fact that there are so many steps involved as you go through the element of enterprising. And the first step here is about making a choice. And once you make a choice, you come with a strategy, the second bullet there. And after a strategy, you come through planning. From planning, you go to change. And after changing, you improve on what you are doing. Then after improving on what you are doing, you put the processes in order. And definitely once you put the processes in order, what is expected of all these enterprising is getting the returns. The last part of it there is about the returns. And therefore, to build on it, we are saying that things have not been the same. And definitely challenges have been there through and through. And that this now, part of it explains now the research gap, which I've already talked about. And therefore, for women, we must really be up to the task of transforming our businesses and the way we do things. Having said that, I also have to share with you that slide of one of the enterprising Kenyans. We know the changes which she brought on board, despite the challenges which she went through about taxes and the rest. But this is a lady whom I wish to appreciate because of the effort. She joined the league of the experts, the league of the champions, and she was able to penetrate through that, telling us that as women, really, once we get the equal support and equal environment, can be able to even explore further where men have been. And that's why we are talking about entrepreneurship has been identified as the driver of women's economic productivity. And this is one case where you can be able to say, for real, she has been able to guide us and she has been able to produce a lot of growth, and also in terms of the GDP and also employment. And of course, the decisive issue of entrepreneurship is conversion and transformation. She has converted what the giants were doing. She was able to bring to the men and women who use this brand and who enjoy these kind of outings to be able to catch up a competitor who is worth at least fighting the pricing in the industry. And therefore, going forward, the women entrepreneurship and idea is a recent phenomena and practice, since most focus was on the male gender. And we shall be looking at the findings that they are going to tell us a lot more about why more of it was on the gender. And you're going to find that most of it is based on the cultural practices, the marital status, ethnic background, all that contributing so much to the female gender not being able to take it up to the game of the men. Therefore, now, having said that, we are also guided by the fact that businesses do not operate in a vacuum. They must be able to be driven by some objectives. And we are just picking. And all these objectives, when you look at the paper itself, it's talking about them, the full paper. Talk about the first objective about profit earning, because you want to do enterprising thing which is going to eventually give you some profit. Talk about things to do with development of human resources. This was mentioned in the morning by one of the presenters, that you cannot really move. And it is human resources which works for you. It is not you as a CEO to work for yourself. The person who works for you is the human resources, and therefore must be able to develop them so much so that can be able to work for you. Talk about things of creation of customers, because you cannot do a business without a customer base. And then we also talk about the supply of quality goods, because once you create these customers, be assured, if you do not supply them quality goods, they will disappear. And they'll go talking bad about you. What in marketing talk about bad mouthing. And then talk about bad mouthing about you, definitely that business closes down. Innovations, the Kaizen principle, must also be applied. Continuous development based on what the customer is already telling you. And therefore that tells us again, this is a circle. And all these objectives, depending on the environment which you are operating on, must be complied to. Therefore, the next slide, we are going to the research design, because I was able to really summarize it. The research design we used was survey, and the target population was all self-employed entrepreneurs, and there were 11,546, and out of these, I was able to pick 384 respondents. I used a questionnaire which I dropped and picked later. After picking it later, of course, I had to validate it before the questionnaire was done. How did you validate it? There are experts who can be able to validate this, and also by way of consulting those people who are in the same industry, so that I don't ask questions which are irrelevant. Liability, Cronbach alpha, and the threshold was 0.6. Then we go to the findings, and the findings are being guided by this study variables. These formed the basis of the objectives. That's why you have not seen my objectives. Because number one, the first objective was the cultural background and how it influences self-employment of the gender factor. Then we also all the way up to the marital status. And out of all these, we got a response rate of 64. Out of the 384, we got 247 respondents. And from there, I went further now to analyze in terms of the cultural background. In the cultural background, maybe the words are small, but you can be able to pick a few. And you can see at the tail end of the day, at the tail end of it all, we are talking about things to do with strongly disagree to strongly agree. And most of these statements were agreeing. For example, if you look at family friends supporting the morale of the female entrepreneurs, you can see they were ranging between agreeing and strongly agree, meaning that it's very important for a family to be able to support that woman either financially or otherwise. So I'm just going to pick a few for each and every one because I'm told I have like 5 minutes. Then we go to the second one, it's about education level. In terms of education level, then I pick, for example, the first one, self-employed women entrepreneurs. University undergraduate degrees perform better in their business than those without degrees. And you can see the range in terms of agreeing and strongly agreeing, meaning that majority of them are in the range of agreeing and strongly agreeing. Then they also can also pick the last one here. Talk about self-employed women entrepreneurs require more training than men entrepreneurs to perform better in their businesses. Yes, you can see 45%, 44% and 25% along that line. Then we go to the third variable. Third variable was age. And then age, again, is also telling us, the fact of the matter is that if I was to pick this one, female young self-employed entrepreneurs below the age of 40 are better performers and managers than their counterparts who are above 40. And we go to this side, you see, yes, agreeing 47, strongly agree 17, and therefore coming to 64 above 50%, telling us, of course, these self-employed young entrepreneurs are affected most majorly by the management of their business. Then I can also pick the last one there. The more the years the female entrepreneur has served in business, the more she becomes successful. Of course, this is about experience. And you can also look at her from the point of agreeing, strongly agree, totaling to around 76% of agreeing vis-a-vis not agreeing and strongly disagreeing. Then the third one was about marital status, and this is the last one. About the marital status, again, because this was the fourth variable. And I can pick just one or two still on marital status. And in marital status, success of women and men in self-employment and entrepreneurship is affected by the marital status. 54 agreeing and 23 strongly agreeing, making 87%, around 88%. Meaning, of course, in terms of the relationship which you have with the family also determines a lot in terms of your success. And also to pick the last one, widowed, self-employed entrepreneurs are more successful than married ones. Yes, you must always make a stretch. You must always make a stretch because you are the only bread earner in that house. And therefore, you must work harder than any other person. Then in terms of conclusions, the cultural background ends, all these ones play a key role determining the entrepreneurial success of all these women. But now the marital status is the limiting factor to women to effectively engage in self-employment. And it was said in the morning, marital status, where at one point, either in the morning or the day before yesterday, where we were told a woman who is running several businesses to cheat the husband that she does not have a big business. Therefore, telling us marital status, one or the other, can be looked into in terms of making sure that the women are successful. And that is ranging what we said earlier on, what we saw earlier on. There are recommendations here. Community sensitization, female entrepreneurs should also seek more trainings and also create opportunity to community change its attitudes towards successful and self-employed entrepreneurs. And then lastly, I don't know what's happening there. From the background, of course, Dr. Chris is up, and when he is up, he is saying something. So, and also I'm being stopped from the other side. I think I say thank you so much. The last slide was just to thank you. And with that, I want to say thank you so much for that listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Daktari, for that presentation. Sorry, I know when I stand up, sometimes I can make slides disappear. Nevertheless, I think that's a very important study. If the findings are consolidated, I think they can inform policy. And we all understand that entrepreneurship is a key factor in driving businesses. So thank you very much. To this point now, allow me to invite the third presenter for this session. Who was to present together with, okay, please. I did not get your name. Faith, very nice, Faith. Welcome. And you're going to listen to Faith's presentation on constraints to women economic empowerment in the manufacturing sector in Kenya. Faith, it's your time.
Thank you so much. Good evening, all. I have how many minutes do I have? Wow, thank you. My name is Faith Suma, as you've all heard, and there is a whole team behind this work led by Professor Nelson Wawire. Yeah, if I may have the slides kindly. So the paper is on constraints to women economic empowerment in the manufacturing sector in Kenya. All right. And so as part of the background and of course the introduction, we all know women play an important role both in the formal and in the informal sector. 20% of the women enterprises account for, women enterprises account for 20% of the total GDP, of course the Kenyan GDP. And under the industrialization policy of 2012, there are no set, gender mainstreamed policies that support women enterprises, and therefore it's important we look into all this. The study was conducted in Kiambu County, and a survey was done of 19 manufacturing firms. They were selected purposively, that is with reference to whether the members were WIM members, that is WIM means Women in Manufacturing. It's a program under the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Yes, and data was collected using interview schedules. We also had stakeholder webinar discussions with the county government of Kiambu officers. And there were also participants in the Nyeri WIM conference, and of course FGDs, which also included male participants for the sake of having sex disaggregated opinions. The study used an online survey-to-go platform for data collection. And after that, of course, it was exported to Stata Excel for cleaning, checking for inconsistencies, and also for the sake of analysis. Direct to our empirical results and discussions. First of all, the following traits were found to be of necessity for a woman in the manufacturing sector. Efficiency, self-worth, readiness, technical know-how, accountability, responsibility, risk taker, very confident. And these characteristics, or rather traits, are known to be masculine, and therefore any woman prohibiting these traits is said to have voice, power, agency, and is thus empowered. A woman women are, so they are socialized to be less self-assured and also lack of confidence amongst themselves. They mostly look for affirmations from their significant others, and therefore that becomes a little bit a hitch when it comes to as far as this industry is concerned. There is also limited access to credit. 37% of women who are in the manufacturing sector do not have access to credit. And the sources of credit available for these women are both formal and informal, and most of them resort to informal sources of loans and credit because of lack of collateral. There is limited employment opportunities. We found that 52% of the respondents did not have mainstream gender-responsive employment policies. And therefore, what that means is that women have less opportunities in the manufacturing sector. High taxation rates. 84% of the respondents indicated that their businesses were affected by government taxation. And there was uniformity in the sense that we need to have better licensing procedures, we need to lower the value-added taxes, and also have relief for small businesses. 84% of the respondents, of course, agreed that we need to have sorry, I have 5 minutes. They believe that Income Tax Act needs to change in favor of women-owned enterprises. In terms of access and control of productive resources, of course, we can see most of the respondents own land jointly with the spouse and also make decisions regarding on land use jointly. As we can see, the first one is 46%, the second one is 36%. When it comes to time management, most of the respondents are flexible to change their schedule, especially when they have an emergency. Lack of freedom to travel and make decisions. This came out really clearly because as a woman, you have to seek approval from your spouse or partner when going even for a business engagement. But when it comes to the husband, they don't even seek approval, but rather they just inform you that, hey, I will not be coming home today, I have engagements and all that. Decision making in the household, as you can all see, 52% of the respondents, they benefit from business income and also make major decisions about their business. 42% of the respondents control large household purchases and also make major decisions about savings and credit. And all that is followed closely by those who do all that jointly. Lack of exposure and mentorship, of course, this results in most women falling within the sector's unskilled workforce, and therefore something needs to be done about that. Gender and social norms regarding STEM careers. This we've seen concerning this, and we've talked about this at length, and so I will not dwell on that. Gender stereotypes, myths, and taboos. Of course, these still play a role in what type of roles women will be willing to take on because of what the society and the traditional whatever have put in place. Personality change and character transformation for women in the manufacturing sector. Of course, the struggle is real of trying to fit in this male-dominated area. Those are the other constraints that women in manufacturing actually go through, and I would want to mention the last one, high tariffs experienced when transporting the products from one county to another. It is really, really affecting them. That is my conclusion, and therefore lessons. Let me touch on the policy implications for the government. Of course, there is need to sensitize women on the available opportunities. They consolidate the regulatory requirements in single place to enhance efficiency. And of course, this will also cut on the cost that women have to, take in. Introduce tax incentives for women entrepreneurs in the manufacturing sector. Of course, number 4, deal with the issue of cross-country taxation, and therefore also advocate for women's control over household productive assets, and also, allow them make exclusive decisions about their business and household incomes. Support education sector to ensure enrollment and retention of girls and women in STEM courses. It cannot be overemphasized. And also involve men as champions and change agents in the intervention program design. We all know we cannot do without men when it comes to, empowering women. And lastly, what CAM needs to do, enhance the reach to their WIM, to the members to join the WIM program. As I told you earlier on, Women in Manufacturing is a program under CAM. Assess and review the WIM program to target better voice and agency in household decision making. And lastly, to engage gender specialists to help co-create gender responsive programs using gender transformative approaches. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faith, for that incisive analysis of the constraints to women's economic empowerment in the manufacturing sector. You can understand why Professor decided to grant you the opportunity to present. Perhaps it's one way of empowering you. So let's appreciate you, Prof, for that. Yeah, as you can see, she's a young upcoming scholar, and I think we need to appreciate this. I think that's one sure way of empowering women. So thank you very much for that. And I think you have elaborated quite a number of constraints. I'm not going to enumerate them now, perhaps at the end. So at this point, allow me to invite Professor Rachel Gesami. Is she in? Professor Rachel Gesami? All right. She's not in, I'm informed. So now, the next presenter is Terry Kigondo from Kenyatta University, and she'll be making a presentation on challenges undermining the effectiveness of Women Enterprise Fund on women's socioeconomic empowerment in Embu County. Welcome. And please, when I start, kindly just end your presentation at that point. You'll share the slides with us, you'll be able to benefit from that so that others can have their time also to make their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. Good evening, everyone. Terry Kigondo is my name, Kenyatta University, and I'm here to present a paper that we have worked together with Professor Catherine Dungo. Straight to the point, this study had 4 objectives. One, we were looking at the general thing was the effectiveness of Women Enterprise Fund on socioeconomic empowerment of women in Embu County. We were looking at the leading mechanisms of WEF. We were also interested into the social networks that women have and the challenges that are undermining the effectiveness of this particular Women Enterprise Fund. And the last objective, we were trying to look at what are the best practices for ensuring that WEF really works. For this particular session, therefore, I'm looking at the challenges only. The rest of the things, we could look at it at a different time. All right, so here we are noting that women face a multitude of challenges, and that has been documented by many other scholars and researchers as well, particularly in the component of assessing skills, and not just skills, but skills that can really help them to gain meaningful employment or socio-economic empowerment. So we are also noting here that women economic empowerment has gained a lot of traction by development partners, by the government itself, by the private sector, by anyone really who is interested in the component of women economic empowerment. And the question that we are therefore asking ourselves then, why is it that women economic empowerment, in terms of the tangibles, in terms of having this economic empowerment taking place and changing the livelihoods of these women not taking place? We also appreciate the fact that a lot of studies and researches have already been done, but we also noticed a part that is not being concentrated on, and this is particularly on training, on mentoring, and how these two then are interlinked together to enhance their economic empowerment. All right, so we came up with the theoretical motivations here. One, we were also interested to check the practicability of the Sararongwe's gender analytical framework. Then we're also looking at how do we relate the social solidarity circle theory in major thematic areas, including education, mentoring, skilling, and innovation. So that was very critical to us. In terms of objectives, I did mention the 4 objectives, but this paper is only focusing on the challenges, to establish the challenges undermining the effectiveness of WEF on women's socio-economic empowerment. And here we are noting that Embu County, the location itself, it's about 125 kilometers from the CBD to the Mount Legion. And this particular county, as at 2015, 2016, 2018, thereof, billions of money had already been given to women in that particular county. And the question, therefore, was how effective are these particular monies that have been given to these women? Have they changed the livelihoods of women in this particular county? Some of the studies that have been done, we appreciate all these studies that have been done by other scholars, but our interest was looking at the skilling, the mentoring, and the education, and how is all this linked to Women Enterprise Fund in terms of efficiency. So we relied much on the social solidarity theory. This is an old theory, but which makes sense to date. This was UNIS in 2004 in Bangladesh, where he used the social solidarity theory in the context of, he came up with a microcredit to give to the women in the poorest regions in India. And the concept was give these women these particular small microcredit loans without the collaterals or without asking for collaterals and at a 0 interest rate. So these women were therefore given them funds. They started the entrepreneurial activities, their micro enterprises, and the results were fantastic. And we are therefore saying we are relying on this, or we are using this particular theory here because WEF, being a government fund, as one of the government funds to enhance women economic empowerment also mainly targets, not mainly, but definitely it targets women. And the rural women in particular will benefit from this particular fund, and it's therefore relevant because the concept is more or less the same. I did mention about Embu, where the study was conducted. 2 constituencies in particular, that is Banyata and Ronyejes constituency. There are 4 constituencies in that county. And why these 2? Because the population there is cosmopolitan, urban, rural, business people, farmers, micro entrepreneurs, and all that. Target population was, of course, the beneficiaries of WEF themselves and the women officers who are government officials supporting the women, the implementation of the fund. We used the Finnish population correlation model there and the stratified random sampling to get to our number, which was about 346 in the both constituencies. We used the focus group discussions. We did the interviews to the women beneficiaries. And of course, the primary and the secondary data, we analyzed both the quantitative and the qualitative analysis, Perhaps this is the main slide now on the challenges here. We were looking at these several factors there, the financial literacy, inadequate awareness on welfare existence, the socio-cultural factors, low managerial skills, inadequate entrepreneurial experience and networking, and of course some aspect of the loan default there. So on the mean, if you concentrate on the mean, we were using a Rickard scale of 1 to 5, and closer to where you get a mean of 5, it means then that is where it is really affecting the effectiveness as much. So inadequate entrepreneurial experience and networking came out as a major thing here. They have, yes, been given the capacity building programs, but these capacity building programs and trainings have not been effective enough. So as a result of that, even when these women get the share of their funding, in terms of implementation and utilizing the funds to get to economic empowerment, then that did not come out as much. I may not go into that. So in conclusion, therefore, what we are saying is that access to adequate finances for business and financial management are relatively predominant. The loans amount tend to be too small. This is what we found out. And also the skills. The skills actually is what came out strongly for us. Women felt that they don't have enough capacity. The skills they were given were not exactly related to the demand, to the kind of the demand of the skills that they wanted for them to be able to implement the activities or their micro enterprises that they were coming up with. So capacity building came out a lot into this. So the key recommendations that therefore we are making here is that the existing capacity building programs need to be looked at. They need to be refilled. They need to be demand driven. It's not just giving people capacity building or trainings, but it's about meeting the needs that they have so that then they can be able to implement the programs or the micro enterprises that they are coming up with. They were able to come up with a few suggestions there, the budgeting skills, bookkeeping, accounting, amongst others. And that's the end of my presentation. Asanteni sana. You did not stand, so I was on time.
Excellent. Absolutely. You're on time. That's why I did not stand. So that is really good. Yeah. And now, yes, since now she's talking about Women Enterprise Fund, perhaps the question we need to be asking, is it a working model for women economic empowerment? Or what is it doing to women economic empowerment? So that now we can start a discussion around that and see whether perhaps needs to be improved, or maybe we decide otherwise about it. Thank you very much, Terry. And at this point, I would want to invite Dr. Gabriela. Dr. Gabriela, are you there?
Hello, I am here.
Great. Now I want to give you the opportunity to make your presentation. And Dr. Gabriela is from University of Pécs, Hungary. She is making a presentation on interpersonal reactivity index, Kenyan adaptation and family formation habits, perspective in Hungary and Kenya. So I think this is a comparative study that is based in 2 different cultural setups. So I think we expect to get quite some fascinating findings there. Dr. Gabriela, I'm going to give you 10 minutes to make your presentation. But more importantly, we are very happy to have you. It's your time. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I changed a little my title of my presentation because this is not a comparative study. I would like to present 2 studies results. One of them self-edit questionnaire, and the other is interpersonal reactivity index. This was adaptation in Kenya, but I started my presentation, by the 21st century, the role of women has changed globally, and they must stand up at work at the same time as building a career and home at home and in the family too. It is no coincidence that the effort to increase the number of female leaders in economic and political life is facilitated by European Union's decision to introduce a quote for women in the EU countries' recent companies. So, about my SCAL and about my research, one of them a self-edited questionnaire in Hungarian student as an investigate method on the one hand.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Gabriela.
Yes.
We would also want to see your slides. Could you share your slides?
Okay.
Yes.
I share, and this is the first slide. This is the second. And not see.
Not displayed. It's not moving.
Okay. Stop sharing. And again. Sorry. Okay. Screen. And now?
The first one, it's okay. Try to move to the next. Yeah, correct.
Yes.
Yeah, you may proceed.
Now?
Sure, that's okay. Proceed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Object, okay, this introduce. So, self-edited questionnaire, this is a pilot study that think the student about family and that think about celebrity family habits. So we had lots of questions, but this was a pilot study. And the aim of the other study is to assess the cultural adaptation of an international validated questionnaires or SCAL among Kenyan youth. We have some research questions, for example, what significant differences can be detected between men and women on each subscale. How do young people relate to empathy? Does school type and sport participation significantly influence this? And the last, what is the relationship between each scale as a function of age? So this is the two questionnaire, a self-edited questionnaire, just Hungarian student, and the result was according to the result of Hungarian research, according Hungarian student, it is ideal to have a child of the age 25-27, and the live over 40 years childbearing has numerous negatives. And the other scale, interpersonal reactivity index, IRI, for example, this was developed by Davis in 1983. Four scale research. One is a fantasy scale, empathy concern scale, perspective taking scale, and personal distress scale. And I bring for you some, for examples, what is meaning these scales in the questionnaire. Okay, that's simple in theory. The study involved 1,208 young people from 3 levels of Kenya education system, some university, secondary, and the primary school, of course. Generation is maybe same male and women too, and the age was different. Was 11 years old. The oldest the young, and the oldest was 50 years old. It is a typical of their sports habits that 96 of the young people surveyed play sport. This is, for example, recreation sport or PE sport and hobby sports, not race, for example. The analyses were carried out according to gender, age, school type, and sport habits too. Analyze data, we use SPS program for Windows, and we use the describe statistic, of course, to simple t-test, one-way ANOVA, and Pearson correlations. Okay, and the result, interpersonal reactivity index. So it is more typical of the woman that they are able to put their own seats in an imaginary situation and feel distress by seeing the suffering the others. This was the first result. Other perspective, taking subscale by sport, though these who did not play sport achieved a higher value on the subscale compared to those who did. Those who not perform any physical activity are more understanding the physiological weak points of other during everyday life. For example, and the third result, significant result of the subscale by school type. This was a very interesting result because on subscale 1, first, second, third, and fourth secondary school students achieved significantly higher results. On the first, second, and fourth subscale, the most significant difference is between university student and secondary school student. And the last, in the case of subscale third, the most significant difference was between secondary school and primary school student. And the correlation of subscale, because Pearson correlation we used. Finally, we also looked at the data in terms of age. All four subscale showed a relationship with age, but these are weak relationships with almost negligible negative correlation. By further examining the correlation between the scales, we find that there is also a strong connection between subscale 1 and 2 with a strong correlation. So the values of the first scale increases, then the value of the rest also increases. Conclusion in EORI is the women are more likely to be able to put themselves in an imaginary situation and to feel distress by seeing the suffering of others. Secondary school students have higher empathy compared as age progresses, the sense of empathy decreases, and who have a rich fantasy are characterized by the ability to empathize with the other to take up their physiological weak point and the discourse to suffering of others. And the results, the validation of interpersonal reactivity index, which has been successful, adapted in Kenya, is currently underway in Hungary. The results are expected in the fall, allowing comparative study to be conducted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Gabriela, for that interesting presentation. I think this is a psychological study that tries to measure interpersonal reactivity index and perhaps the fantasies that people create and how that influences their emotions in terms of empathizing with others. And what is interesting here, we find that women are able to put themselves in imaginary situation, develop fantasies, and empathize more with the people. I don't know whether it's because of whether we are wired differently psychologically as men and women. I don't know whether it's because of that quality or trait that we find most women are given care responsibilities because of having the ability to empathize with others. Anyway, we'll look at your studies further and be able to understand your research because it's quite interesting. But nevertheless, thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, now we are towards the end, but this is not the least. We have one more paper, and this is by Faith Kariuki. Did you present? Not yet. Yes, we're going to listen to Faith Kariuki from Kenyatta University. And Faith will be presenting on enabling an environment for women's economic empowerment. And I want to believe she will be the last presenter. And then after that, we are going to take questions so that we engage them further. Faith, it's your chance. This one. Thank you very much, Dr. I'm Faith Kariuki from Kenyatta University. I'll be making a presentation on enabling environment for women's economic empowerment. As I start this study, this part of the presentation is part of an ongoing research on this. And so the presentation I'm going to make makes what I've been able to collect and what I've been able to come up with so far. The title of that research is That Way, and we have an objective. I don't know whether, my objective, I have one objective, and that is to identify the practical ways through which we can create an enabling environment for women's economic empowerment in the 21st century. Why? Because of that, that is the objective, to look for practical ways, because a lot has been said, a lot is documented, but we still have problems with women economic empowerment. And therefore, I'll go to the background. I'm not sure I'm able to do it well. To the introduction. And I note that oh, sorry, I don't know. Are you there? The pointer. Okay. Okay. Oh, it has come. Oh, well, it's a bit. Which one? This one. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so thank you so much. Okay, yeah, it's not very clear, but let me say it. I'll say that in Africa, and in Kenya particularly, we have women playing key roles, just like what happens in other parts of the world. Women play a key role because they are both homemakers, where they take care of the family and
They take care of the family, and they're also breadwinners. And therefore, they play a double role towards the GDP of the country, and also they play a role in the home. And therefore, they are very key in terms of what they're able to produce. But then we find that they exist, they work in in an environment that is not very, very conducive, because it is male-dominated, it is patriarchy-oriented, and therefore you find that there is a lot that works against them. And what I would say is that there are a number of factors that work against women in their home environment, and their endeavor to reach that economic empowerment that they're supposed to have. One of them is the issue of discrimination and cultural bias. They have retrogressive, they work in retrogressive, in environments with retrogressive cultural backgrounds. They have problems like early and forced marriages, and then they have domestic chores that they have to do, which reduce their productivity outside their homes. There are a lot of issues that work against them, and therefore they are not working in very conducive environments. The next one is about the research methodology that we employed. This is a qualitative study that is employed semi-structured interviews, and we also used library study. Preliminary, we interviewed about 50 people on what it takes, what is it that it takes to make women economically productive, both in the formal and the informal sector, because actually that is our interest. What is it that we would do to create an enabling environment for women in the both the informal and the formal sector, for them to become economically productive. So we use purposive sampling. Where we selected about 50 people. We were targeting people who are either involved in business or who have some knowledge about business, who have knowledge on how women can be empowered both in the informal sector and the formal sector. So we were interested with women who are in the informal sector, doing business, people who are working in the formal sector, women, and we're also interested in what men had to say as far as women economic empowerment, what it would take to create an enabling environment for women in economic empowerment in the formal and the informal sectors. Then we had data analysis, and we used coding. We used content analysis, where we coded the data that we got. And as we all know, that qualitative data can really generate a lot of data. So we were using coding, content analysis, where we coded the data that we got under certain codes to be able to summarize that data and bring it down to certain indicators. And we used a number of them. For example, issues of funding when they came up, issues of gender-based violence, issues of education and training. And so we had that. And the other thing is that we had a theoretical framework. We were looking at the issue of theory of feminism theories, where you can, feminism proposes and supports the idea of creating equality for women and putting them at par with men in terms of resources and spaces. And then, of course, we also wanted to borrow from Oxfam's conceptual framework on women's economic empowerment. After that, we went to the results. After doing the interviews, we got results for both from the formal sector and the informal sector. Let me first of all look at the informal sector. First of all, we noted that the results that we got from the people, I talked about coding, and I said that when I got the results after doing the interviews and the library study, especially the interviews, you'd find that a certain issues would keep on coming up, and so we'd code them. And so we are saying that there are certain points that came up more often than the others. So we were saying that I discovered, or we were able to get that some of the issues that came up, or some of the factors and the results that we got, they were cutting across both the informal and the formal sector. Women empowerment, creating an enabling environment for women, both in the formal sector and the informal sector. So there were issues and factors that were cutting across. And one of them is the issue of funding that came up very, very often. Majority of the respondents talked about funding, where they talked about women getting soft loans, interest-free loans, or loans with the low interest. Then there was the issue of education and training, and they felt most of the respondents were of the opinion that women should be given training, and not just education. Education, yes, general education, because a more empowered woman has a more probability of running a successful business. And then there was also the issue of eradicating cultural biases. Then the issue of advocacy and policy formulation, enhancing security both at the family level and the working environment, and then involving spouses. Then finally, the findings at the formal sector was granting them longer maternity leaves, creating friendly working environments. For example, what happens at Safaricom, posting women in stations that are near their homes, like we have the issue of delocalization with the TSC, and paying women a remuneration that is commensurate with their contribution, and giving women incentives to do business, and also to create legislation and policy formulation. I think I may not proceed beyond there, but there is a lot that I could have said. So that's the contribution about government lobbying and creating more funding, and then multi-sectoral approach to women economic empowerment, and continuous research on better ways, and then need for family-based approach to women economic employment. That is involving even the men and the children. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Faith, for that nice presentation. Colleagues, that was the last presentation. I must say it has been quite a congested session, afternoon session. Nevertheless, I think we have covered enough ground, because every paper that was scheduled to be presented has been presented. I am committed to give a highlight for each paper that has been presented, but I'm informed that we have ran out of time, and therefore allow me not to do that. Secondly, I'm also guided that we were supposed to have a question and answer session to speakers, or to ask the speakers certain questions. But again, I'm told because of time, perhaps you can send those questions to the hub, and then the hub will find its way to communicate to those who will ask the questions. Quite a number of studies are focusing on creating enabling environment for women economic empowerment, but there's something that I would have wanted to hear and have not heard about it. All these papers are acknowledging that a lot is being done. A lot is being done. But what has not been examined, it is the sociocultural setting within which these programs, these interventions are being implemented. Speaking from a gender point of view, I would argue that we need to really focus our attention also to the prevailing social norms and social institutions, because quite often these are the ones that want to play enabling role or otherwise. So I think with that, thank you so much. I think this has been quite an exciting session, and many thanks for participating. However, Professor Gary, allow me, because we have also online audience, if there's one or two who have something to say, I think we can grant them 2 or 3 minutes to say something. It's not going to leave them out. Anybody? Online participants? Do we have anybody? If there's none, then yes. Sorry? Group B. Very nice. Thank you very much. So I'm informed that you know very well that we are in the parallel sessions. We have another group. So I think they are almost winding up. As we wait for them, perhaps we can accept a few questions. So now it's to the audience. Anybody with a burning question? Yes, please. Let's start here.
Thank you so much. My question goes to Professor Wire's team. I have a special interest on when it comes to women in manufacturing, together with my colleague at ICRW. I saw you sampled about 19 or so companies, if to call them. I wanted to know whether, in terms of disaggregation of the subsectors, because that might also sort of have a bearing to how they make decisions. And also there are those companies, for example, that are mid-level, there are those that are, of course, at cottage industry level, then of course medium, and of course large scale. Did you look into that? So also if you did, then what came out in terms of the capacity of those women owners, or at least leaders, in making of decisions, or in decision making generally? Because again, the size of companies definitely would matter.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that question is directed to Faith. Faith, as you come forward, we can be taking any other question. Excuse me. Yeah, Faith? Okay, Professor Awira will respond to that. But in the meantime, as he comes, perhaps you can take 2 or 3 so that when we respond, we don't waste a lot of time. Any other question? Any other question? Yes, please. Have the microphone, kindly.
Thank you. Mine is just a comment about Faith's presentation. In her recommendations, there was a recommendation which I thought would be a bit hard to implement or unimplementable, but maybe Professor will help us to understand better. And it was recommendation number 5. Policy implication, number 5, which says that advocate for women's control over household productive assets and participating in decision making of exclusive decisions about business and household incomes. And so I was just wondering how it will be done and who will do it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think, Prof, you can respond to that. I think it's just interrogating the feasibility of how that recommendation can be implemented. Welcome. Welcome, and respond to those concerns.
Thank you. Okay. It's like our paper generated more heat than others, and the questions are directed to our paper. I want to start by saying that this was a pilot study, so we are now doing the actual. And so in terms of disaggregation, in terms of sectors, we are now doing. But what we did was every woman enterprise that was manufacturing something in Kiambu County was included in the pilot. So we have not yet disaggregated to see what these results really mean. And I'm happy Jack is here. We have not been able to finalize the policy brief because of the few numbers in the pilot study. So we want to get the actual study and then now produce the policy brief, because issues like what Afif is raising will come up. So we need to get the actual data and now give you the results. So I can't tell much about the sectors and also the policy implications because of the size of the sample. Yeah, thank you. But I have a question to Wambua, Philip. Marital status became very important. And I'm just wondering, what is the policy implication of that one? Of marital status becoming important in women economic empowerment from your paper? Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Prof. For policy implications, of course, one thing is the fact that the policy makers are here. It will be proposed. We'll see whether it can see the tail end of the day. But definitely, Prof, as a fact, ask any man or any woman whether they would wish to live alone for the rest of their life. There's always that support. There's always that support, and you are sure when you are somewhere out there, there's somebody possibly whom you can lean back to when possibly your business is going down the drain. And therefore, marital status was important. It speaks loud that you can be supported through not necessarily going to the bank, but by borrowing something from your partner, which may take as long as you live, not even to be repaid. By promise of going to pay you when business picks up, when it has already picked up. And therefore, it is important at that point in my own research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Prof, you can have a follow-up.
Happening in manufacturing, sorry to say this, is the opposite. The women who are actually empowered are not married. And they are the ones doing very well. So now I'm wondering what your policy implication will be at the end of that. But there is another issue I want to raise with Gabriel. Is that okay?
You have gone before I responded.
Let
you were doing through the manufacturing, I was doing the self-employed entrepreneurs. And therefore, that brings now the conversation, the big giants vis-a-vis the small giants. I definitely have also hearing some voices of the women a little bit concerned about what you have said, and maybe they can be given a chance through the moderator to hear Dr. Stella. Did you want to say something of the concern of Professor Wawire?
Okay, thank you. I'm told that there's a comment from Professor Mwabo. He is online. Professor, if you can hear me, can we have your comment, please?
Yes, please. A question to Professor Wawire. Now, you actually have very rich qualitative data. Can't you use that to generate some policy recommendations? Why are you throwing away all that?
Thank you, Professor Mwabu. Nothing has been thrown away, but we are going to improve the paper with the focus group discussions results that you saw, which are quite rich, and therefore I agree with you that after this conference we are going to improve on the results. But in terms of the statistical aspects, the quantitative ones, I think that those are the ones I was talking about. But we are going to marry the rich qualitative data that we have, which you have seen in the report, together with now the data from the quantitative data from 19 businesses and be able to improve the paper. So, Prof, I agree. We have very rich data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Mwabo, the team and indicating that this is work in progress, so I think they will incorporate your suggestion. I don't know whether we still have Dr. Gabriela with us. Dr. Gabriela? Dr. Gabriela, are you still? Great. Now, I have a question for you, Dr. Gabriela. You pointed out in your presentation that for Hungarian students, it's okay for them it's okay to have a child between the age of 25 years to 27, and even after 40 years. What does that have? What is the implications of that view in someone's overall life outcomes? And especially now we are talking in the context of women economic empowerment. How does that contribute to women economic empowerment? And secondly, now that you are also studying, your research is based on Kenyan students, what is their take on the right time to have a child? Dr. Gabriela? Dr. Gabriela, can you hear me? Well, maybe we lost her. She's not there? She's offline. Okay. The other group has come? Okay, great. And I think now we are towards the tail end. At this juncture, I want to appreciate all of you for your contribution, for the questions. Those presenters who have presented, thank you very much. I must say this has been a very enriching session. Even if you did not get the chance, for those who wanted to ask many questions, there is always next time. But for today, I think we stop at that for this session. So now I think I've implemented my assignment, and at this point, allow me to invite Professor Grace Ngare. Thank you indeed. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to moderate the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kiboro, for that. We really appreciate. Finally, we have. We have come to an end. No, we are coming to an end. Yeah, we are almost coming to an end. We have only one piece of item, and I want to call the following people in front. I want to call Dr. Regina Mwatha. She will be giving us the conference communique and the resolution. Please come in front, Regina. I also want to call Professor Waudo. Take your seats. And I also want to call our chief guest for the closing, our registrar research. The first ritual is to hear the communique. Please, Dr. Regina, take the microphone and take 5 minutes to summarize it, because if you take more than that, nightfall will find you here.
Thank you. I insisted because I love myself and I love you all. This is a our registrar, research, innovation, and outreach, the hub leader. I'm going to read the communique of the conference, the first conference of the KUV hub. And this, I'm going to take 5 minutes, so I won't go through a lot of detail. We, the participants of the first International Women's Economic Conference 2022 at Kenyatta University International Conference Center, attending the conference themed Women's Economic Empowerment in the 21st Century What Works. I had a number of recommendations and conclusions. The purpose of this conference was to share experiences, learn lessons on women's economic empowerment, on what works. We also wanted to network and collaborate through partnerships that will enhance the development of policy for increased women's economic empowerment across sub-Saharan Africa. We also intended to identify knowledge gaps that would be explored during the future research, training, and programming. 5 sub-thematic areas were covered: measuring women's economic empowerment, education, mentoring, skilling, innovation of women's economic empowerment. Third, enhancing women's role in governance and decision-making through transformative leadership and inclusivity. 4, violence, crisis, and women's work. 5, creating an enabling environment for women's economic empowerment in the formal and informal sectors. There were emerging issues there were emerging issues in regard to the themes. First, it emerged that there's a lot of training, and therefore the need to look beyond training and look for impact of transformed behavior. A lot of policies, number 2, a lot of policies and legislation exist, including frameworks in paper. This must be translated into practice. Whatever invention is put in place must address a gender gap. Approaches must speak to the people, and a lot of fragmented efforts that need to be consolidated so that we are aware of what is happening where. Most research done has also concentrated on taking the voices of women. But women and men do not live apart, they live together. And therefore, there is need to take cognizance of the fact that men's voices must also be heard. We also observed and noted other emerging issues that there is need to target as far as capacity building is concerned, in cognizance of challenges that women encounter. We must start capacity building for girls to transform their mindsets and perceptions of existing gender stereotypes. We must consolidate existing gender stereotypes so that they can start to deconstruct gender and begin a social construction of gender that is transformative. We need to consolidate information into one database that information can be mined. Also, emerging research shows that most of the research is constructed using Western theory. There is need to construct approaches that have an African reality. We must also begin to interrogate cultural practices to harness those that are developmental and to discard those that are harmful to society. We also realized in the emerging issues that an increasing number of women running or vying for leadership, that we need more women running and vying for leadership, because if more women were running for leadership, elective positions, then we would have more women winning. And therefore, the issue of quotas would actually not be an issue of discussion. We also established that we need to find about women who run and those who lose, so that those who lose do not become distractors to future aspirants and kill the dream of other women who want to get into leadership. We need programs that urge women to prepare adequately and effectively and in a timely manner. And we need programs that actually help women achieve this and also help women understand campaign strategies so that they are campaigning to win and not campaigning to lose. We also, another emerging issue is that we realize the need for family-centered approach in dealing with domestic violence, so that family becomes important and central when we discuss issues of GBV and domestic violence. We also realized another emerging issue was the need for regulatory framework and provision of shelter services and government support to enable effective provision of the needs of survivors and perpetrators in terms of their psychosocial, their health, and socioeconomic aspects in relation to domestic violence and GBV, and the need for a multi-sectoral approach to address GBV. Another emerging issue was the need to compute women's unpaid work. And finally, the need for increased advocacy based on generated data and research on for policy direction. Thank you. I hope I've taken 5 minutes.
Yeah, so you have heard the way forward and the research direction that we are going to take in all the institutions that are represented here, and more specifically within the Kenyatta University there are various areas that we have to focus our research and also with our partners. Before I call the last person to close, we want to recognize at least a few of our members, and especially those who have kindly supported the program financially. We always say thank you so much. And I want to call upon Kesri Harris from WISE We Prosper. Please come in front. We want to appreciate you. We know the support that we got from you. You have seen how we have used the money. I want to call Eunice. Africa can be very cold, and we want. Yeah. As you go back in the plane, just fold it and say you are coming from Kenyatta University. We also want to recognize that we got support a lot from Action Aid, financial support. We don't take financial support for granted. We also don't take any other support for granted, but financial support we take, we take it seriously. So I want to call upon Jack, my friend. I know it can also be very cold, especially when you give out money. Yes, Eunice, let's appreciate Jack. Yeah, thank you so much. We have a few other partners I won't mention here because they were not physically able to come here, but their gifts, similar gifts, we will be reaching them because they are also very international and they were not able to come here. But we want to appreciate every person, including you, who was able to come here. If we had more money, we would make sure none of you went home cold. I will now call upon Professor Waudo to give her one minute remark and invite our guest for us. Thank you.
Registrar, Research, Innovation and Outreach, Professor Jane Mukwe, invited guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's a pleasure for me to be here, and I want to inform the registrar that the last 3 days, the conference has had many deliberations, over 50 presentations, and through these presentations, we have learned a lot. And I want to say that we have learned that we have made much progress in we, but there are challenges. And for these challenges, we as participants of this conference, we are noting that we would want to talk to each other. And I want to commend the initiative by We Prosper, and also the International Center for Research for Women through the Community of Practice for bringing us together to be able to amplify what we have actually discussed here. So this is just the beginning, and for the We Hub, we are saying this is our first conference. Next year, it will be larger, and we will also have many participants across Africa, not only East Africa, but across Africa. I want to say that we need to continue this discussion. As I said earlier on, this conference was about forming partnership, and I hope you, as a participant here, you are able to make one or two partnership through this dialogue. So let's continue the dialogue. Before I end, I want to say that I want to appreciate all organizations that participated either virtually or physically in this conference. You have made a difference, and you have made Kenyatta University proud of you being here. I want to say that I attend several conferences, but it's not common to see a lot of audience being there on the last day and at this hour. It means that actually the conference was motivating, and I want just to thank you for being patient. Lastly, I want to thank all the participants who are here. In addition, I want again to appreciate the organizing committee who have worked harmoniously to bring us this far. Let's clap for them. I want also to acknowledge the management, represented by Registrar Rio, for their support. We would not have come to this level if they didn't give us the support. Clap for them. As we were working, it's not easy, the technology. This technology was actually facilitated by the Directorate of ICT and Kenyatta University Television. Let's appreciate them. Again, the healthy snack was provided by the Directorate of Catering. Again, let's appreciate them. And with these few remarks, maybe before I say a few remarks, I want to say that we were going to email you the certificate and evaluation form. Evaluation form, because I say this is just one of the first conferences, we are going to have more. Please tell us where we went wrong, where we did well, so that we can upscale where we did well. So please bear with us. The time was short, there were many things, so we were not able to have them ready at this juncture. So now it's my humble pleasure to invite the registrar Research, Innovation, and Outreach to make her closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. The KU, we have leader, Professor Waudo, organizers of this conference, distinguished local and international presenters, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Good evening. Yeah, the weather is interesting, it's cold, but you know, it's very nice because you cannot lose. So everything that has been said in this conference is within you. So then I will not take long. I just want to give a few remarks and then we close this wonderful conference. And before I begin, I want to pass sincere apologies from DFC, Research, Innovation and Outreach, who was invited to close the conference. He's in another engagement and therefore he asked me to come and represent him. Yeah, because I am among scientists, allow me to introduce myself. I am Registrar Rio, Jane Mugwe, Professor Jane Mugwe, and I have a long career as a trainer and a researcher in agricultural sciences, and so therefore I am happy to have been invited to this conference by the organizers. I received a personal letter. Thank you very much for that. And again, being given the privilege of closing this outstanding conference on women's economic empowerment in the 21st century. What works? This theme reads very well. So I am happy that I have been at the start and at the end of this conference. Let me explain. In my office, we have a vetting committee for conferences. I chair this committee, and in our meeting to look at the concept submitted by the leaders of this conference, we noted that this concept note was well articulated, had clear objectives and deliverables, and no wonder then the recommendations I have listened to in the communique, they are really talking. So I take this opportunity to congratulate Professor Waudo and your team for a job well done in conceptualization and delivery of the conference. And therefore you can see I was part when it was starting, and I am here again. Allow me to point to one deliverable that stood out for us in the conference vetting committee. The fact that this conference will select key research papers and publish in a special refereed journal. I read that. And it was very significant. And therefore, I hope that this still is in your plans. I wish to encourage you to do this to help especially these young researchers. During the opening, I saw the very young researchers here, to help provide a platform for them to start growing as scientists. Because publishing of papers will not only help the presenters grow in their professional area, but also help raise visibility of their institutions, and for us in Kenyatta University. Another very exciting thing, Professor Wawire, you know, is a senior member of Kenyatta University and took time to prepare a paper here. And I hope, though you said that you have not completed collecting the data, that you'll use this opportunity then to collect data that can be published in good journal. So in the field of science and publishing, there is competition in terms of productivity, scientific productivity. And because in research, though we get many outputs from research, for example, a conference like this, publications, patents, inventions, Peer-reviewed journal articles are most frequently used as a productivity measure. When you look at the ranking of scientific productivity in Kenya, you will find that women are lagging behind. For example, in the latest SD ranking for scientific productivity in Kenya, among the top 10, you know, the top 10 slots, we only had one woman. And in Kenyatta University, in the top 20 slots, there were only 3 women. So ladies, please, let's seize this moment. And the papers that we have presented here ensure that they are published in reputable journals, because this is the start of being scientifically productive, because then you will get cited, because scientific productivity is about getting cited by other scientists. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the conference, I had a privilege of participating intermittently. KUTV, they did a great job. Anytime you'd want to log in, you'll find that the conference is going on. And I'm therefore confident to say that it has been truly great 3 days of dialogue and discussions. I recall that this conference started with great pomp. For those of you who were in the opening ceremony, and excitement with our guest speaker, Ambassador Dr. Monica Juma, making very powerful speech and opening the conference. Her speech was very powerful, full of wisdom, you recall, full of great experiences, e.g. experiences in leadership circles, and I picked that was one that was picked in the recommendations and with lots of advice. I hope that this speech will be included in the conference proceedings, because to me it pointed out many research areas and problems that needed to be addressed. And those of you who are teaching, we know that our students struggle to identify research problems. So then there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, during the opening remarks by the Vice Chancellor, delivered by DVC Leo, we were encouraged to strengthen our networks and collaborations, and more so explore ways of enhancing internationalization of education and research. We were also reminded to solve present challenges for a better tomorrow. This conference has made great strides towards addressing these 2 issues. Why am I saying this? In this conference, we had participants from academia, the industry, the research, private sector, and from the discussions and interactions, I believe that networks and collaborations have been strengthened. This morning, as I participated in opening ceremony of PhD graduate seminar, there's a lady who came and whispered to me that she's very grateful to have been invited to present her work as a graduate, because she'll be graduating on 22nd of July. And what she mentioned to me is that she was excited because she was able to see her colleagues, and she has already built networks and collaborations. And therefore, what I'm telling you now is that your network is your net worth. That's a quote from Porter Gale. In line with the theme of this conference, women's economic empowerment in the 21st century, what works? Allow me to pick on 4 issues that stood out among many others, and they have actually come up in the communique. Women empowerment concepts and principles. They were presented throughout the conference, very important for building knowledge on women empowerment issues. Number 2, inclusion of men in women agenda. It is the men who will stand up and say, I will not beat a woman. It is a man who will stand up and say, I will allow my wife to access and control land. Number 3, measurement, and data collection. The theme, as well as the outputs of this, are remarkable, because research is about generating knowledge. We want to generate knowledge that is valid and reliable. Therefore, accurate measurement is critical. Some of the parameters discussed in this forum, including the term empowerment itself, and others like social relations, lack consistent and generally accepted measurements because of their multifaceted nature. I am happy that this conference developed women economic indices, models, frameworks, and modules that can be used to improve measurement of women economic empowerment. And number 4, the mentoring issue, because mentoring was emphasized by the chief guests, and throughout the conference, guided by the different papers, it is clear that mentoring other women and girls will help motivate and help them build confidence and also accelerate their development in leadership and careers. I wish to point out a quote by the late Wangari Maathai, Professor Wangari Maathai: "The little things that citizens do, this is what causes impact. Let that little thing you do while with other women be that mentorship." I am also challenging myself that I should be able to mentor the women I interact with, and especially the girls. A word to participants: as you end this conference today, I want to urge you to continue to strive to be more creative in connecting with the stakeholders to build a better tomorrow for women. Napoleon Hill, in his famous book, Think and Grow Rich, states that one of the causes of failure is lack of persistent action. We know what we are supposed to do, but action limits us. So let us therefore put into action experiences and lessons we have learned from this conference. I believe that the communique from this conference will be shared to all so that we start implementing in our small ways the recommendations that have come out of this very great conference. As I finish, I want to say that on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Paul Wainaina, and the entire Kenyatta University fraternity, I take this opportunity to thank the sponsors and partners who supported this conference. As Kenyatta University, we are indeed grateful for the support. We feel very honored by this gesture of goodwill. I once again thank the organizers, the presenters, the panelists for making this conference a success. Over 50 papers were presented. And KU, I think this conference went beyond what you are seeing here because of the social media. It was there, the KU TV, and people listened, even people we are not aware of. Finally, I look forward, Professor Waudo and the team, to participating once again in another women conference in Kenyatta University. I wish to retaliate the commitment of the Division of Research, Innovation and Outreach to support you in the next conference and any other matters that touch on research, innovation, and outreach. I wish you a restful weekend after such an engaging activity. Thank you very much, and God bless you. And it is now my humble duty and privilege, finally, hallelujah, to declare the first International Women's Economic Empowerment Conference 2022 officially closed.
Thank you so much, Registrar and the management. I think everybody was waiting for the word closed. Yeah. Amefunga lakini amefunga hapa duniani. Huko juu bado hatujafunga. We haven't closed. 3 announcements. The first one is the conference organizing committee. Monday is a public holiday. Work has started. We reconstitute from Tuesday. You can see the work is around. By the way, where is that committee member? So that if you don't come, I know. If you are in the planning committee, able to stand up. It's good for you to be known. Joy, Leah. That is the great team. The only good thing about it, it had no man. Yeah. Thank you. We will reconstitute after we rest over the weekend so that we can think of the way forward. You have seen the work ahead is more than the work before. The next thing, there will be coffee. Please don't leave it. It will be outside, no matter what kind of hurry you are in, including the registrar here. Please, that coffee is still our coffee or our tea. Finally, I want to call upon Professor Catherine Dugo to come and close now. Seek heavenly prayers, and after that, you won't see me here. Thank you so much for coming. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Grace. I appreciate our Registrar Leo, the hub leader, all protocol observed. My humble duty now is to place us in the hands of Lord as we close this conference. So let us pray. Our Lord and our Father, we want to come before thee this evening with praise and thanksgiving. Thank you, dear Father, for giving us the opportunity to congregate in this hall for the last 3 days. We know this started as an idea on the part of our hub leader, and who conceived the idea of having a conference, and the local committee was put in place so that we could think about it. Lord, it has taken some time to organize for this conference, but it has taken your heart to come to fruition. We are not taking it for granted because we know there are many plans which are put in place and they never materialize. And it's not because we were a special team, but through your grace and mercy, we were able to plan for this conference. And more importantly, that the people were able to respond to our call for even the abstracts and the papers, and they responded very, very positively. We have had the 50 papers presented. We have had many people online and physically, and we are not taking that for granted. We want to appreciate your presence with us. We want to appreciate the input of every member in this room, every member who has participated in this conference in one way or another. We pray that whatever we have come up with, those resolutions, those papers we have talked about, that they will see the light of day, that they will be published, and as it has been stated by our DFC Leo, that they are going to raise the ranking of our scholars, not only in Kenyatta University, but all the other institutions which are represented in this conference. We want to thank you, Lord, because we have other plans. Those papers have a lot of work to be done. We pray that nobody will give up in this journey, because the presentation is just the first step. There is a lot of work to be done. We pray that the commitment and the diligence that we have seen during this conference will continue even as we move up to the writing of those papers. And when we see the publication, you'll be careful to thank you. And it has been stated that this should not be the end, that you'll be able even to come up with another conference which will bring us together. And we pray that idea, that vision will also come to pass. We thank you, we glorify you, and even as we part, we pray that the network we have established here, it will continue to grow and we'll be able to work together. We pray that we will part physically and virtually, but we will continue to be together as a community of scholars. For we pray this, trusting in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Thank you.